going to be held in Lithuanian, so kindly ask you to go to the interpreter's booth, and here you can find the headsets for translation. And we'll start shortly in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, to all those who have decided to come to this discussion, very important discussion, the discussion held by the NGOs and the debate between the NGOs and the state, this dialogue in the face of crisis. The topic isn't an easy one. It does not really cause many positive emotions, but it is relevant and necessary. My name is Mindaugas Reinikis. I will help us go through the day. I will moderate the discussions today. And I will intervene when people who will be sharing their impressions and experiences, I will stop them so that they know when the time is over. The organizer of this event is the National NGO Coalition, and we are grateful to the Ministry of Defense for hosting this event. We are exceptionally grateful for the support to the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania. Thank you very much for sponsoring the event. The organizations who have come to participate probably know each other, and I believe that there are some people who don't know each other, so please use this opportunity and start networking, start meeting people, exchanging contacts, because this network and real-life contacts are the most important. They are important at the times of crisis, and they become irreplaceable at times of crisis. Today we will have 4 major sessions before lunch. The first 2 sessions will be in Lithuanian. For those of you who don't know Lithuanian, so please grab a headset. After the coffee break, we will switch into English, so the same thing applies for those who would like to listen to all those presentations in Lithuanian. We have translation here. All the technical information, I believe, has been provided, and I would like to invite Vladislav Kondratovich, the Minister of Interior, to invite him for a welcome address and to share his insights. Honorable participants of the forum, dear colleagues, partners, good morning. I'm happy to see you in this format. I had an opportunity to meet you, to a number of you, during various meetings and dealings of the Ministry of Interior, and we have been addressing the same threats or similar threats that the Ministry of Defense had to deal with. We are working hand in hand with the Ministry of Defense to protect our citizens, to protect our state. And this shows once again that civil defense goes hand in hand with armed defense, and it can not work any other way. Today's event will focus on the key task nowadays of how to maintain the resilience of our society when our region is tested by crisis and new threats, especially hybrid threats. We are facing non-conventional hybrid attacks, but also cyber incidents, campaigns of disinformation and hatred. Therefore, civic resilience and preparedness of our society for crisis becomes one of the key pillars for our security. Civic resilience is not only the task of the state, that is our shared task where every participant counts, public institutions, municipalities, communities, and NGOs, certainly. Challenges of the latest years, the pandemic, the migration crisis, refugee influx has shown that the state needs support from the NGOs. The Red Cross, Caritas, the Maltese Order, and other non-governmental services came to help to public institutions when the crisis hit. You managed to reach the communities faster, in a more sensitive manner. NGOs cover the soft side of the crisis, mental, social, humanitarian support, while the state may concert its efforts on infrastructure, coordination, and decision-making. So our goal today is to turn this cooperation into a systematic one and not a random one, so that the state would know what can be expected from the NGOs, and NGOs could plan their role in crisis prevention, preparedness, and management processes. In other words, we have to establish a two-way street where responsibility and trust moves both ways. These provisions will be established in the national crisis management plan, and they then will be shifted into the documents of ministries and municipalities. NGOs have to be involved into the working groups which will draft these plans. This will allow to coordinate our actions in advance and to avoid any uncertainty and unclarity when the crisis hits. Civic resilience does not limit itself to plans. It also means that people need to be prepared to act in any emergency situation. And we have a new concept in our glossary now, civic defense. That is not only preparedness to support the armed forces, but that is also our ability to act together to help each other and ensure that the state functions even under the toughest conditions. Civic defense is based on three principles. The approach that entails all the threats, and that means the preparation for threats during the peace and war. That also means the involvement of all levels of the authority of power, from national to municipal levels, and also involvement of our society. When citizens, business, and communities, they become a single unit and act together. We probably all know how to act in the situation of emergency, where to look for information and how to prepare, but only a fifth of our society have prepared their emergency bags. And only a few families have a plan, an emergency plan of what they should do or what they would do in case of an emergency. A civic protection program entails various trainings for NGOs and practical trainings. We want to educate every person in Lithuania so that they know how they can get ready, how they can help their neighbor, and how to remain peaceful and calm when the crisis is raging. every crisis is not only a test, but also an opportunity for us to get stronger. A strong Lithuania does not limit itself to strong armed forces, but it also is based on every citizen and his knowledge of how to act in case of emergency. And we need adequate investment for our resilience. I'm happy that in October we have announced a new tender for the funding of NGOs, and NGO volunteers will be supplied with the necessary equipment and means. And I'm grateful to each and every one for coming to this event, and I'm grateful for your work, your responsibility, and your trust in our shared resilience. I'm grateful to the National NGO Coalition for strengthening NGOs in Lithuania and your contribution to civic resilience. I'm also grateful to the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania that because they are present in all regional projects where NGOs' role is so important. You support these initiatives and you are present there. So thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful conference and nice networking, because networking helps us build a network that we can rely on in the times of crisis. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame ministrui. Ačiū labai.
Thank you, Minister. Tomas Godliauskas, the host of this chamber, Vice Minister of Defense. Now it is time for his welcome address. Good morning. I'm very happy to see that this event is held namely in the Ministry of Defense, and we have so many friends of ours in this hall, and our foreign partners as well. We have a unique connection, I believe, and we have been developing this connection for several years already. I believe that we have reached the level where we are speaking of very specific aspects, very specific things which are important for the state and for you as well. This format and this involvement of NGOs and their interest and this collaboration with institutions is something very special, which we probably wouldn't be able to find in any other European state. Such a strong NGO sector and such a strong reliance on NGO in Lithuania is exceptional, and I believe that we are building this trend and this good example, which is a good example for the states of our region, I believe, and for other NGOs. The topic itself, I believe, is very important, and there are certain aspects that are highly important, and I believe you will find the answers to these questions that are so crucial. First of all, that is shared responsibility. That is shared responsibility of the Ministry of Defense and all the ministries, all public institutions, all businesses, NGOs, and society as well. So I'm happy that we have a common understanding that it is our shared responsibility, and we have to do a lot hand in hand. Another key word of this event is cooperation. We had a number of meetings with you where we have addressed various topics on various formats, and we spoke with different institutions. And what I see that cooperation is key between the NGOs and municipalities, the NGOs and businesses, the common aspects between the public institutions and NGOs. So cooperation is a very simple word, which is so complex to implement. I believe the further we work, the clearer the cooperation will be. It will be based on a few clear aspects. Preparation of a state is based on several key aspects, which we always try to address in our cooperation. We have to define clearly the result that we are aiming for. What is the idea of the state, of humanitarian aid, of medical aid, of animal shelters, of care for disabled people? We have to have an idea of how the state will act in case of emergency, and we have to realize what resources we have, what our needs are. First of all, we have to define our needs, our possibilities, and involvement of NGOs helps us understand the situation on the ground better, because sometimes you are the ones who know the situation on the ground best. You know the problems, let's say, related to socially vulnerable groups. You know how those groups can be reached during the crisis, how they should be approached, and what needs they may have in times of crisis. Another important aspect, that is organization of work. And in the organization, we have to have a holistic, all-encompassing approach. All the institutions, all the economic sector and all the NGOs have to come together, and we are looking for a joint solution so that we can involve you even further into this resilience building. Of course, we shouldn't forget about the resources, because all divisions without any resources, they are only fairy tales. So I understand very well how important those resources are. Sometimes even small allocations can make a big change. We as the ministry have a portfolio for NGOs targeted at resilience building of a state. I hope that we will continue working at the same pace next year, and we will invite you to join various initiatives next year. The NGO sector has changed dramatically. We see that the role of NGOs is becoming more and more important in modern war situation, and the war in Ukraine has demonstrated that. NGOs can help us reach the communities, can help us reach even the soldiers, and we are now entering a new era of thinking and a new era of how NGOs help. I hope that we take those lessons from Ukraine. We take those lessons in Ukraine as a state and at the NGO level as well. Besides what has been mentioned already, we should be happy with our success stories that we have in NGOs. I believe that Vilmantas will tell a bit more about this, how NGOs were needed to the state at the times of crisis. They responded fast. They mobilized. So I hope that those examples that we will share will be replicated in the case of civic resilience, and we will have many more good examples, not only in practical terms, but at least in the terms of preparedness. I'm grateful once again to each and every one of you. I'm happy that we are here together, we are talking and we are discussing, and these are not only talks alone. We have a clear direction where we are moving, and we are moving forward in this format. I'm grateful to Gaia, to the NGO coalition, that your effort to strengthen our society, to strengthen our state is very systematic, is very conceptual, It includes a high political representation and thank you very much and wishing you a fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've already talked about resources and support. So the project itself of civic resilience was made possible. Technical issues. Okay, so we're going to invite Vilmantas Vitkauskas, who's head of the National Crisis Management Center, for a welcome address. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me, and it's a great pleasure to be part of events like this. So one of the key ideas I wanted to share with you today was this. When we participate in events like this and we have so many representatives of so many NGOs, I always have this idea how much motivation there is in this room, how many people we have who are willing to help, are willing to sacrifice their personal time and their personal life to help society. And our responsibility as institutions is to turn that motivation into actual actionable response in a time of crisis. Vice Minister already mentioned several examples we have faced, and unfortunately, I think we'll be facing in the future as well. But we've noticed the speed, how important the speed is, and how quickly NGOs can respond to a crisis situation, and how it's important to have this resource mobilization so quickly and resources of NGOs to support our general public. You, NGOs, are the link that feels the needs of our general public the best. You are an integral part of the general public. You work daily with people, minute by minute, and that's why a dialogue between institutions and NGOs is important. And without this dialogue, supporting the general public would be impossible. And that's why we welcome initiatives like this and events like this, which lead to better respond, better coordination. It is important to develop our skills so that we can respond effectively and quickly to unexpected situations. Another thing that matters and is important, obviously, the sense of community, communication, and acting as one fist when we need to respond quickly. It's important to have this ability to engage NGOs quickly so that we can, in a unified manner, can address the challenges of the present and of the future. We've talked quite a lot with international partners who face similar challenges as Lithuania. And I remember one conversation I had with colleagues from Israel, and they said that the society fails to acknowledge how much potential NGOs have and how much the general public in general have the potential, how much they can do if they come together, if they work together. So we have lessons learned from the situation of Israel. Israel used to face the same challenges daily as we face now. I believe that their examples and their lessons could be applied in Lithuania. So we tend to overlook the power, the potential we have in our general public and in our NGOs network. So it's important to talk about resilience. Resilience we can develop and grow. And your role and effort of as NGOs is important. Important that you prepare our general public to be prepared for crisis situations, to be prepared to protect themselves, and so that they know that behind them they have institutions and organizations like yours, organizations that can help the public. So the development of this common resilience is important. It shouldn't be limited to things that are done by ministries and other national agencies. NGOs are a key part of this resilience development. And I think this is your key, the most important role, because resilience means preparedness to respond. And resilience also means that all the challenges that are hybrid in nature, that come from our neighbors, resilience can be a strong message to them that don't try, you will fail, because our society is prepared, our society is resilient, and the society understands where the threats come from, and we're prepared to defend and protect ourselves in a real crisis, and we are preparing daily to face challenges, potential challenges. So it is great to see so many of you here. Yesterday we had a discussion in the government's office, and many of you attended that discussion. So in the same spirit, and yesterday we had a great discussion, and we have great moments, questions, answers, and solutions. So hopefully the same will happen here. Please be active, interactive, build relationships, build this unity. Unity that we build today will help to improve our resilience and lead to better focus. Thank you very much, and have fruitful discussions. Thank you very much to Vilmantas Vitkauskas, and again, we want to invite another person to share their ideas. Head of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office, Ole Andreas Lindemann. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to be here. Thank you, Minister Kondratovic, for your warm words. Thank you to Vice Minister Kodjauskas. He's gone, but anyway, thank you for receiving us here. Great to be here, and also Head of National Crisis Management Center with Kaukas. You are a busy man. We will see each other very soon also. I also recognize Gaia and our very important partner, National Coalition of NGOs. And let me also say thank you to Mindaugas for bringing us through this, and in particular also thank you to the translators in the box, who I believe are translating only for me. So thank you very much for that. I am very happy to be here and to be able to speak to you about something that concerns us all across the Nordic and the Baltic countries more and more, but also bringing us together, I believe. And I think that it's important that we have this bottom-up approach to the discussion, how the NGOs can play and do play an extremely important role. And then we have the question, are we under attack? Is there a hybrid attack going on? I was recently in Stockholm at the 77th session of the Nordic Council, and there the Swedish Prime Minister said that, or described the situation as being not war, but not peace, a sort of gray zone situation that is new to us and that we have to deal with. It is described as hybrid warfare, as covert, and I would say not so covert cyber attacks. And they occur more and more frequently these days across Europe, and there are disinformation campaigns. There are surveillance and weather balloons flying over us, and there are very aggressive narratives that are designed to divide our societies. Many hold that Russia is conducting a strategy of aggressive disruption. That's the way it is described often in my own country, Norway. And this disruptive insecurity that they try to install is actually a Europe-wide phenomenon these days. But it is mostly concentrated against frontline states in Central and Southern Europe, and very clearly against the Nordic and Baltic states. And while hybrid attacks unfold here, the full-scale war is being fought in Ukraine. Ukraine is where the confrontation is open, visible, and direct. So, ladies and gentlemen, hybrid war, we believe, with reason, precedes war. But it's also a moment that we can seize and where we can still act to strengthen crisis preparedness across all levels of society, to build confidence so that we can withstand the pressure and demonstrate credible deterrence against further aggression. Today, in the current security and geopolitical situation, the Nordic and Baltic countries increasingly act as one. Together, we represent more than 30 million people. We are a geopolitical factor to reckon with. We are also an economic powerhouse. Our size in the global economy is number 12 measured in GDP. We also excel in education and in research. We are ahead of the curve in digitalization, and we have a strong tradition for including civil society groups in all of society approaches. We are resilient when we stand together within our societies and between our societies, and between Nordic and Baltic countries. And this is not only geographic, but also cultural, political, and strategic. And especially for small countries, the best way to respond is to have a whole of society security approach. In Nordic countries, we witness two trends, we believe. First, a tighter interinstitutional cooperation, military, justice, and police, civil preparedness. Secondly, more and deeper involvement of civil society and NGOs, not least in municipalities and rural areas. And the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Vilnius here, we try to serve as a bridge between the Nordic and the Baltic states. We support joint projects across civil society, education, culture, sustainability, and resilience. Our role is also to strengthen a shared Nordic-Baltic identity based on trust, openness, democratic values, and practical collaboration. Next year, our office will mark its 35th anniversary, and we will remain committed to supporting meaningful cooperation that strengthens our region's resilience and sense of common purpose. Next year, we celebrate, as you understand, 35 years of Nordic-Baltic cooperation. And it will give us an opportunity to look at not only the next 5 years, but the next 35 years, I believe. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Nordic Council of Ministers has identified social security and preparedness as a priority area in our political priorities. Under the current Finnish and Åland presidency, and continuing under the upcoming Danish presidency in 2026, the Nordic Council of Ministers is prioritizing social security and strengthening resilience across the whole region. The Nordic Council of Ministers has financed this project, the NGOs Equipped for Civic Resilience, implemented by a national NGO coalition, together with partners from Sweden, Finland, and in 6 municipalities across Lithuania. This is the first pilot initiative of its kind in Lithuania, in which NGOs have taken the lead in working together with national and local governments to develop practical mechanisms for public involvement in crisis management, also on the regional and municipal levels. And the main objective of the project is to clearly define the role of NGOs in civic resilience and threat management, and to ensure that they are equipped to contribute effectively at both national and municipal levels. And today's event, this Civic Resilience Forum, presents the project's results along with best practices from Nordic and Baltic countries as well as Ukraine. The knowledge and cooperation developed here will help to strengthen resilience across the wider Nordic-Baltic region. The lessons learned can be shared and applied in other contexts throughout the region. It is important to create an understanding of which role authorities have and which role people in civil society have in times of crisis. Social and local circumstances, trust, and networks are important for building long-term resilience. The winning formula for optimal crisis solution, to a large extent, lies at the regional level. Cooperation and coordination between leaders of regions and municipalities, the military and civil defense, police, districts, and local civil society organizations are key to achieving the synergies that are absolutely necessary for a whole of society approach. Just look to Ukraine, but also look to Finland, which is a Nordic example to us all. Finally, dear friends, it is important to underline that in today's security environment, the Nordic-Baltic region's strategic depth does not end at our borders. It extends all the way into Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine's resilience is therefore not only an act of solidarity, but a direct investment in our own security. Thank you for your attention. I wish you all a productive and insightful forum. Thank you so much.
Tack, Olle. And we hope to have some, meaningful conversations later. Definitely. Mes dar turėsime progą išgirsti Olle.
We'll definitely have an opportunity to listen to all this presentation a bit later. Now let us dive into our first working session. And we have already heard some valuable insights already, but we will start our working session from Gaia Chevale from the National NGO Coalition, and she will speak about the role of NGOs in national crisis management. And she will address experiences and we will also hear a presentation from Gintarė Blinstruvaitė from Kėdainiai municipality, and then we'll hear presentations from other umbrella NGOs, and we will have a discussion then later on, and we invite you to get involved in the discussion. So now, Gaia, you have 10 to 15 minutes for your presentation. Your presentation will be very important, so we may take a bit longer in the count of the coffee break. I have the only opportunity to speak now, so you'll have to listen. Thank you very much for coming. During the welcome address, many good messages have been said. I will repeat a few of them, and I will say a few new things, perhaps. So I see there are still some seats in the back, so please take those seats. I'm worried, and I'm happy at the same time. What I'm worried about is that we are finishing our 1 year half journey. We are completing a project that we have been implementing with the Ministry of Defense, and why I'm worried. I'm really worried what happens next, where we are moving forward. We cannot stop in this topic. We have to acquire pace, and to maintain that pace. So first of all, I would like to thank my team, who has been relentlessly working for the past few weeks just to make this event happen, for this event to be smooth. Thank you to all the volunteers, thank you to the interpreters, and Going back to the Civic Resilience Forum, when 2 years ago we had a remote call with the people from the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, we did not even dream about having such a successful event. We can already say now that we are the power and you are the power. You believed in us and you got involved. Our forum really means that it is a matter of all of us, and civic resilience is something that we should care about. And I would like to start not from statistics, but from the essence. Resilient society is not only a strategy or beautiful document which can be shelved without focusing on it too much. This is something that relates to our trust and our preparedness. And that is also, that raises a question if we remain free. So we may have perfect algorithm and most up-to-date systems, but if we don't have trust in each other, trust in people, trust in our state, nothing will work. Yesterday, we had a meeting with our representatives from Sweden, Finland, Latvia. The same has been repeated. Even the strongest infrastructure fails when the society does not trust in its institutions and the institutions do not trust their people. The true power lies in this trust, which we learn over time. It relies on our ability to mobilize and act together. When we are able to trust each other, even the chaos or stressful situations can be easily managed. Sometimes it seems that trust is only a methodology, plans, crisis centers, but in reality that is a living fabric of organizations and people who do not stop even in the event of crisis. And they are usually the leaders who tell that we are doing this way or that way, or we will mobilize the people, come and act together with us. And this ability to say that we are prepared, we know our role, and we trust in each other is very important. And this ability is being implemented by the NGOs. The NGOs really is a bridge between the people and the state. And through NGOs, the state is able to reach its people, and the people can reach its state, because we are able to translate from one language to the other. When we speak about resilience, we should not only think about the army and the strategies, but we also have to think about the people who educate volunteers, who mobilize volunteers, who organize civic initiatives, be it long-term or short-term, but they are really vital when crises hit. And this is where our true defense and guarantees for freedom lie. Now I will briefly focus on figures. The Civic Power Index and the latest data shows that 9% of people would involve into crisis management and volunteers, and only 11% would involve through NGOs. But in reality, we see a clear connection. The more a person is engaged in the life of NGO, the more prepared he is to act during the times of crisis. Of course, we would like these numbers to be higher, but we are making a conclusion that NGOs are still rather invisible, or they are not seen as a reliable, sufficient partner, and that is responsibility of all of us. And in the face of hybrid threats or psychological resilience, the NGO coalition has implemented a project on the preparedness of NGOs for civic resilience. We have visited 10 municipalities out of 60, from Vilnius to Kupiškis, from Kupiškis to Šiauliai, and in some trainings, almost 200 participants took part, almost 100 organizations from 60 municipalities and public institutions. I'm happy that the project was successful. We want to maintain this continuity. I'm grateful for all those who came to the event today from the regions. We would like to continue this initiative. And these meetings have shown very simple things. And my key message is when people talk, when people meet each other, they build trust and they build connection. When we have trust, it is much easier to pick up the phone and call someone, talk to someone, and find a solution. I'm happy that the big humanitarian organizations where we had our partners, and they are also here with us today, they are prepared, I could even say. They are getting ready, but they are already prepared, and they have been preparing in a systematic manner. But we see that the smaller ones still lack skills and maybe understanding, sometimes even encouragement, or finding their own place. And people, let's say we only have one person, but even that one person is already very important. Like one of our participants from Kėdainiai, who will speak after me, said, we are small, but when the problem happens, we are the first who come to help. So this is the point of civic power. I'm happy that during this project we had a possibility to learn from Sweden and Finland, and we brought 3 lessons from these regions. One is communication. That is the weak part, because sometimes we fail to understand, to talk to each other, because we have different approach to things. Another important thing is exercise. We have to take part in exercise on all levels, continuously, and that includes national and local level. And only in exercise you can see if the coordination and trust works. And the third aspect, that is NGOs and volunteers, who are really the foundation of our security and our freedom. So there are a few lessons that we take away from talking to you at the national level, at the level of ministries and municipalities, that institutions still have a number of gray areas, and the questions of crisis fall within the competence of someone, but nobody knows whom, even though they are very important. So we would like to have a very clear and enabled center to coordinate all the activities with the NGOs, so that everyone could be involved in the procedures on equal terms. And on the municipal level, I would like to thank the mobilization and preparedness officers. But we see that their role can be strengthened even further in coordinating the mobilization of NGOs and cooperation and communication with the coordinators of the NGOs. Another important aspect is the measures. And I'm happy that the minister has mentioned those measures, but those communication measures or volunteer management measures, they are really important, and they are really important at this phase of preparation now. And I'm happy that we will have a representative from Ukraine who will share with us what is still needed in this phase of preparation. And to conclude my speech, I would like to say that NGOs is not an addition to something. We are a state. We are a part of our state. Each and every one of us is. And we live in times when crisis became a new normal, from hybrid attacks, information attacks, to climate emergencies and war in Ukraine. And the state alone cannot handle it all. So involvement of NGOs is not an additional help when it's needed, but it is a must, a necessity. And here we come back to this word of trust, where local institutions, municipalities, they trust NGOs, we can achieve much more. And for the very end of my presentation, I would like to repeat a few important things which I have heard yesterday. When we don't have trust, nothing works. But when we have trust, we can conquer the mountains. And I would like to complete my presentation with a beautiful quote of Vytautė. Do not draft any plans for the shelves, but draft your plans for people. When the crisis comes, it's not the shelf that opens itself. Those shelves are unlocked by people. So thank you very much for contributing to building the resilience of our society. Thank you for your trust and belief in your communities, and thank you for your work to making our country prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaia. So we already heard some pearls of wisdom, and Jūratė was already mentioned. Jūratė Bilstrupaitė from Kėdainiai District Municipality, and her quote was mentioned, so she's going to share with us with some practical insights. And I don't know whether Jūratė has some slides with her to be shown. Okay, so here they are. So good afternoon. My name is Jūratė Bilstrupaitė. I am Chief Specialist at Kėdainiai District Municipality, Specialist for Mobilization for a number of years. I worked as in the social support office, but I also, at some point in my life, worked with Caritas. So I have experience from all walks of life, and I really like my work in my current position because I'm a specialist for mobilization, and I still have context with NGOs. And I do believe that NGOs have a role to play and can do a lot when it comes to participation in civil society and support for civil society, because while I was in Caritas, I provided support to vulnerable people, so I know just how powerful NGOs can be. So when the NGO coalition came to us, we brought together our NGOs in working in our district. So we decided to see what NGOs can do in order to help the society prepare for crisis situation. Unfortunately, I actually intimidated, I think, our small NGOs, because I introduced to our smaller NGOs how many roles municipality has to play, that municipality has to look after the military, armed forces, to provide support to vulnerable people, to ensure health care. And just like Gaia said, a lot of NGOs working in our municipality are small NGOs. We also had representatives from large umbrella NGOs that indicated possibilities and ways how smaller NGOs can contribute to civic resilience. As mentioned, we have a lot of roles to play in the municipality. Kėdainiai is a rural area, a rural municipality with very few people living in remote areas. So we have 5 support agreements signed with 5 NGOs who are umbrella organizations that work across Lithuania. And we have an agreement with one NGO working specifically in Kėdainiai, and that is Samaritans. In a way, we are safe. We have these agreements, everything seems to be okay, but in a crisis situation, first of all, we're going to go to our people. And I think that's what you should do. You should, first of all, talk to your people. So we don't want to scare off our smaller organizations, which cover only small territory in the municipality. So for us, it's important to find ways to integrate them into our mobilization plans, crisis management plans. So we want to engage them so that they find meaning in that engagement, so that they feel that they can support the municipality in a crisis situation. So we were looking for solutions. We were looking for ways to integrate them into our work, but suddenly food bank came. More specifically, head of the food bank, Simonas, came to our municipality, and he actually provided a solution. The thing that unites people and brings people together is food. And actually, Simonas came with us with a suggestion and offer to sign an agreement. And we started thinking about how food packages can be distributed. By the time that Simonas visited us, I took my office, and I was only 3 months in my office by then. So I didn't know what can be done. So Simonas and I agreed that we need to distribute 2,000 food packages. And food packages should be enough for 72 hours to survive. So it was a challenge. We as municipality needed to provide the food bank with premises. They needed to put these packages in place, but it was our role as a municipality to distribute the packages. And we're talking mid-December, December 16th, 17th. Everybody's preparing for Christmas. And that was the time when we reached out to our rural areas. We have townships, smaller local districts, and so smaller areas, larger areas were covered by the food bank themselves, and we as municipality decided to reach out to rural areas. So rural communities had the task to come, pick up food packages, to communicate messages to people where they can pick up their food packaging. And we, as a municipality, took a stopwatch and to see how long it took to distribute food packages. The exercise worked just fine. Rural communities came together. There was a bit of skepsis because, as I mentioned, it was around Christmas time. There was some anxiety whether we'll be successful and whether people will come to pick up their food packages. But again, the experience of umbrella organizations came into place. These organizations were very supportive of the small NGOs. They helped with drafting the text messages. They talked through how to distribute those messages. So smaller towns, smaller elderships came together, came to pick up their food packages, with the exception of 2 elderships, and that's where social assistance staff had to help them. But after this exercise, local officers came together, local community officers came together, and started talking about that some areas weren't covered, that some people didn't get their food packages, so that they started talking about the need to identify where people live, who can get to where, and how to prepare people for the crisis. And crisis can take many forms. It doesn't have to be war. It can be power outages. It can be severe natural disasters. And now you see a picture here on the slide, food packages. You saw food packages, and I can attest to the fact that the food packages were heavy. They're 7 kilograms each. So you see cars coming to pick them up. So this was an exercise to include rural communities into a mobilization exercise. Another area where we focus on and where we include our NGOs is education of our communities. We have this program, LT72, which provides information what to do in a crisis situation. I also like a brochure, if crisis or work, what to do. I have experience myself in social support area, and everything seems okay at first sight. The app is okay. The brochure, the small booklet is great. It's been prepared perfectly. But we will always have people who find it difficult to use the app. You will always find people doubting the need or the usefulness of a booklet or a small book. It's not enough to distribute information. We do have socially vulnerable people. It's not enough to give them that book. You need to explain what to do to people. We know that Red Cross does some educational activities. They do invite people to field tours, but these invitations attract very few people. We in the municipality care most about socially vulnerable who don't have access to this information or do not understand the information they are given. So here we wanted to use the resources given to us by the Ministry of the Interior and national defense. So we announced a call for expression of interest, and we invited NGOs to engage in educational activities. So we wanted to have proactive NGOs who, instead of inviting people to come, would themselves go to people directly. The goal of this call was to increase, and the objective of this activity was to increase awareness of Kėdainių citizens of civic resilience. And the goal was to develop their ability to resist and ability to be included in the crisis management processes. So the goal was to have NGOs going to the community, talking about civic resilience, and the goal was to cover and reach out to the disabled. The organization that won the call was the Red Cross, even though there were other NGOs that participated, in order to reach people, in order to bring together groups of people. We cooperate with Kėdainių Support Center for Families. We invite families who receive support from the center. We invited members of the Red Cross and brought them together in one room to communicate. We invited the disabled. We agreed on how many times there would be training sessions and how much time was needed to communicate the information. So we defined a certain schedule of training sessions. The activity is ongoing, and hopefully we'll have the call even next year. Hopefully we'll be able to reach out to wider communities and not limit ourselves to the disabled or socially vulnerable. But the more you exercise, the more challenges you get, and the more bad things that are in your system you identify. We have partners, the food bank, they look out, they take care of the food. Red Cross, they have a lot of experience in registering people. Caritas is an organization that provides humanitarian aid. Riflemen Association also acts as our partner. They invite us to their exercises. And this year we had Taurus 2025 exercise organized by the Riflemen Union, and we actually provided school premises for them, and Riflemen actually organized educational activities for children, how to educate them what to do in a crisis situation and how to manage the crisis situation. To sum up, I want to thank, but not myself, but everyone. I want to thank everyone for participating, for the care you show. Municipality, at least Kėdainių municipality, is always open to all new things, and hopefully this project will not stop, and we will be part of other projects as well, because we do care. Thank you.
Now, we would like to say that every municipality would be very lucky to have a person like Jūratė. We know that at 1 o'clock you need to be in another event where you will have to moderate, so in Kėdainių municipality is hosting an NGO training about psychological and informational resistance. So unfortunately, I have to leave. Thank you very much for your service. Now, we will continue exercising as follows. We'll have 6 representatives of umbrella regional NGOs, and I will ask only one question, but we'll see where this question takes us. We'll have half an hour, so 5 minutes each. So first of all, I would like to invite the Red Cross representative, Vytautė Stankevičienė, to take her seat. Caritas Vaida Kazlaitė. Order of Malta, Ednas Regelskis, the Disability Forum, Maria Bočarovaitė, Save the Children, Laura Mičienė, and the Food Bank, Simonas Gurevičius. You have the microphones on table. You only have to turn it on. I will ask a question that is made of 3 questions, actually. So the question is to all. From your practice, from your experience over the last years, you definitely had to face situations where you had already seen how you need to mobilize, what needs to be done. So how it relates to the things that we talk today. What works, what doesn't work, and what recommendations you have. 2 minutes, 5 minutes each, if I can ask you. Let us start with Simonas. The most difficult will probably be to fit into the time that you have given me. So I think it is best when I speak last. So what works? There are many things of cooperation, collaboration at the national level, municipal level. We have heard the presentation already. So yes, Kėdainiai municipality showed success, but other municipalities could also probably prove this and show. NGOs are strongly involved. What doesn't work? I could mention many things. Number one, when we speak what NGOs can do, we forget to mention what municipalities and institutions can do in strengthening the NGOs, enabling the NGOs. We never speak about this. We only speak about the possibilities of NGOs today, but we do not speak about strengthening of NGOs. We focus a lot on training, but not only training is what matters. And the state probably still does not know about sharing the functions. For us in the NGO sector, that is pretty much clear that we have 5 large NGOs and they have shared the functions among themselves, distributed those functions. They administer, let's say the Red Cross administers evacuation. The Malta Order, they have a great experience in dealing with people with disabilities and their evacuation. Caritas are the experts in humanitarian aid. The food bank takes care of food. Save the Children deals with everything that is related to children. It does not mean that the food bank should take care of food everywhere, but it should be in charge. What happens very often is that we do not know who is in charge, and when we have 3 people or 3 organizations in charge, so nobody really knows who is really in charge. So when it comes to children, let's say an organization, Save the Children, is in charge, and it can use the services of local authorities or local NGOs. And when it comes to what works and what doesn't work, and the third question, what was the third question? The recommendations. Okay. So the Ministry of Interior has 5.5 million for cooperation with NGOs. So my advice is to use those funds in 2026 and not to postpone it for 2027. In 2024, the government started talking about the funds used for increasing cooperation with NGOs. Vytautė, what would be your position? Thank you very much for this space and this forum to speak. I will approach this question from a philosophical point of view. When it comes to what doesn't work, our shared thinking does not work. that everything is connected. We are connected directly when it comes to crisis. We are dependent on each other. And when we start talking about the large humanitarian organizations, when we speak about local small NGOs, about municipalities, ministries, departments, about all those commissions and councils, we all have to stand on the same line and say that we are all connected. The amendments of laws directly affect humanitarian organizations. So let us start talking to those umbrella organizations. What do you need for those laws to enable you to work, to enable you to act, to enable to engage in various activities? And sometimes you have to, hug those small NGOs. So that is a common approach. So we need to understand is that we are all connected, from the small ones to the big ones. Another aspect that I would like to highlight, and we need to understand that all those surveys, all the statistics, yes, we have carried out a survey ourselves on how many people are really prepared for emergency situations. And the scope was 1,018 people. We can hardly make a conclusion on this, but there were different people from different social layers, from different backgrounds, and only 3 out of 10 said that they are more or less prepared for an emergency, and they wouldn't be a burden on the public system, and that is a very low number. When we try to answer the question, do we feel prepared, we have to understand that preparation is not a feeling, preparation is not an emotion. Preparation is a conscious choice. And when we come to understand this, then it will be clearer of what needs to be done and how communities need to be approached and how problems need to be dealt with. And then we will understand why people don't want to hear about evacuation or about emergency bags. So first of all, we need to understand ourselves that is not a feeling, but that is our choice to go for preparation. And I believe the colleagues will speak more about all the funding and etc. So maybe I'm taking this broader approach to the question. I would like to ask Maria now. How do you see this from your point of view, from your perspective? You have very specific area where you deal in. So what do you see and what you keep repeating, let's say? So could you please voice it over again? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, the disability organizations, they are represented here at this table, in this group, in these meetings, together with the coalition partners, with the ministry. So that is already a great achievement and the great progress that we have made. That was a long way until we achieved this. Due to our specificity and the fact that we rather work at the national and local level, we asked ourselves what we can do and what is needed from the public authorities. So we had some challenges to address in looking for answers to these questions. In the forum, we have been talking for a long time. We have been filling in various questionnaires. We had a number of meetings for us to understand the answers to these questions, what we can do, what tangible support we need ourselves. So in response to question what works, well, first of all, the fact that we are here, we are involved, we are invited, we are at the decision-making table, cooperation and invitation to the disability forum. So this is something that works. We are happy with our collaboration with the fire protection department. We are happy with our cooperation with the Vilnius municipality and other regional organizations. We have shared projects. We have shared meetings. When it comes to specific examples, modernization of bomb shelters in municipalities. So that already works, but I would encourage to I would encourage the disability organizations to continue consulting those authorities and to continue talking about accessibility. And accessibility does not only mean being able to drive with a wheelchair, but it also includes the sign language. It also involves easy to read language and many other aspects. So what still does not work is that the approach that we only need to save and protect and rescue people with disability. No, we have to start seeing them that they can be a great resource in non-armed resistance. And even maybe in armed resistance as well. So please expand our approach that people with disabilities only need to be saved. No, they can also be the ones who save and rescue, and they can be a great resource who are willing to learn, to participate, and they want to be trusted by the state. I would like to say many more things, but I think I'm out of time. We all understand that if we take every topic, we can have a separate forum on the topic, of course, but we have very limited time, and we are trying to do certain things at the same time. We are trying to remind of certain aspects, and this is something that Hagaya has mentioned, that, it is important, this network building, seeing each other again, meeting each other again. And I would like to encourage everyone to contact us, to call us, to write us. If you have any specific questions about disability access involvement, so please contact us. We are open to cooperation and we are open to lessons so that we all understand of how disabled people can be involved best. Thank you. You represent the organization which has delegated a person to the public authorities. So maybe you feel yourselves closer to the emperor, if I could say so. Caritas is doing very well, and thank you to the colleagues who made this introduction. I totally agree to everything that has been said. But what we see from Caritas' point of view, we are the organization who works with vulnerable people. We work with the secluded people. So we see that when it comes to crisis, to emergency, well, yes, there are a number of people who believe that the state will take care of them and will deal with all the problems. But we see this community every day. We help this community every day. So what we see is important, that they have to be prepared. They have to know where they have to go. We show those bomb shelters. We educate them about those emergency situations, about a crisis. They should know certain contacts, where they should approach, where they should call or find information. So we are trying to make them stronger in this topic. What has been mentioned already, we as different organizations talk a lot with different municipalities. We talk with a number of ministries. I understand that Rome wasn't built in a day, and yes, a lot of time has passed, but we have already made certain progress. But when it comes to funding, we have to be stronger in this, in funding NGOs through municipalities. So we are getting ready together, and we are ready to help. Thank you very much. Arunas, you have your flagship project, which is well known by the society. But of course, that is only the tip of the iceberg. And what are your joys or challenges, and what would be your advice? Well, yesterday, we spoke and we kind of shared a joke that, everything works best when it works ad hoc. So when the pandemic happened, there was no special preparation for this, but we simply came and did things. When the invasion, after the invasion, we took a different step. We had the border crisis. Everyone was getting ready then already. So this really helped. Why I'm talking that everything works best ad hoc? Well, we have different perspectives. Organizations are different. They work differently. They had different experiences. So that is one point, one challenge for us to understand of how we work. Another challenge is of how we work and how we cooperate with institutions and with authorities, because in the past there was no cooperation with public institutions, or it was rather limited. So now the question is of how we can make turn it into systematic cooperation. Then there's also a question of mobilization of our entire society. Before the pandemic or before the war in Ukraine, I wouldn't believe that there would be so many volunteers or people willing to donate funds. Now I understand why it is happening. When there's so much uncertainty, people probably are willing to do something at least, so to donate or to become volunteers, to buy Bayraktars, to send parcels to Ukraine, to equip Ukrainians, to collect 70,000 euros overnight, you know. And let's say in Lithuania, we only have received 70,000 of Ukrainians, given the fact that we have a very small population. So working ad hoc is something that matters, but it is important for our understanding of how we work today. And just like we spoke yesterday with our partners in Finland, historical aspect is important. I think that our cooperation started, let's say, in the beginning of the pandemic. Our state has been independent for over 30 years, but our operations in this area, well, it's been active only for a few years. So I think this is very important of how we cooperate among each other, how we collaborate, how we learn from each other. Starting from training of vulnerable groups to training ourselves, that is very important, and we have to put every effort in order to have well-prepared organizations. And our role is to be prepared and to understand what each of the organizations does. I believe that is improving, and it will improve in the future, and I believe we have achieved a great breakthrough in this. I see that NGOs are highly involved, and so I'm happy to see this, and I believe that all these meetings that we are having, all these conversations, are even taking us further to our better work, more coordinated. Laura, I think your position will be the one to conclude our discussion. Laura, so could you please try fit into the time and highlight the main ideas? I would like to go back to the connection. When crisis hits, and what we have seen in our experience, when mobilization has to be rapid, or when the crisis takes longer time and the interest of the society is getting lower, this connection is highly important, I believe, and one of the lessons that we have learned is that you have to invest a lot into connection with different communities so that you would be able to mobilize those communities when one or the other situation happens. And that requires a lot of resource, not only physical resource, but it requires a lot of emotional resource. So involvement of those communities has to be, well, fired all the time. As we, as an organization, what we take away is that we need to expand that community. We need to continue strengthening that community. Sometimes we can resolve certain aspects ad hoc, but in some areas we need strong competences, and especially when it comes to children, we work a lot with vulnerable children. So people need to know of how to approach children, how to provide this first psychological help, how to achieve and reach those vulnerable communities. And the daycare centers became a great resource in those big crises. During the first days, we were sitting and thinking, okay, we have this many volunteers, this many members, so whom we are going to approach first? And then we understand that we have those communities where we already have a resource, a connection, and where they know their families, vulnerable families well. So that was a great factor in that situation, I believe. And if I take a look forward, we would like to maintain sustainability. We would like to have sufficient resources to become, for us to become stronger and to be prepared at all times. Thank you. Something that Simonas wanted to add, and then we'll take questions from the audience. I would like to tell one brief thing, which is important not only for us 6 sitting here. Take into account that is not a coincidence. This is a result of our work. It's not that, we are a fist of 5 fingers, we're a fist of 20 fingers. Because we are not only these organizations who are sitting here in front, but as an NGO, we are strong together. But in the ministry, in the government, all the ministries have to be a tight fist when we speak about crisis. But this is something what is missing now.
Thank you, Simonas. Now, this is a great opportunity to share your questions, and maybe not even questions, but insights, examples of experience, maybe institutional experience. And our guests maybe have some insights and experiences to share. Maybe they have some reactions, maybe admirations, maybe a word of acknowledgement, maybe some advice for our NGOs. So the floor is yours. If there are no wishing to intervene, we are very shy. This is a very much Lithuanian tradition to be very shy during events. So right now, then, let's go into a coffee break until 12 o'clock. And after 12, we'll be listening to our guests and foreign guests and their experiences and their practical lessons learned. So I'll see you back at 12.
Taip jau kviečiame.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to come back and take your seats. We have a couple of more minutes before we begin, but we will be moving on to the English language. So if you do need interpretation into Lithuanian, please take your headsets next to the interpreter's booth. So those who need interpretation into Lithuanian, please take your headsets, if you need them, next to the interpreter's booth, because we are moving into the English language now.
So Ole is here, all right. He's going to be our first presenter, first speaker this after coffee break part. So basically we can start, and now we'll have four, I would guess, very interesting presentations and sharing of practicalities from our guests from Sweden, Finland, and as well as Norway. You are free to think of some questions and just, raise a hand. I'm going to give you a mic. Mic is needed just to be recorded for interpreters and for our broadcasting. So now I'd like to invite one more time Mr. Ole Andreas Lindemann. Yeah, he's the head of the Nordic Council of Ministers office. And the topic is about the role of NGOs in crisis management in Nordic countries and how to mobilize volunteer crisis response forces. So we'll have some practicalities, all right, Ole? So the floor is yours. And, well, if you make it in. So, and so first, Ole here. And now we'll have some guys who has a presentations with slides, and so it's Jari Honkanen from Ministry of Interior of Finland. So, Mr. Jari, you can take your seat as well. And Kalle Hakala from Volunteers Rescue Service, Vapepa/SWAP from Finland. Yeah, just there. Take your seat there. And Andreas Andersson Kurve from County Administrative Board of Skåne, Länsstyrelsen Skåne from Sweden, and his colleague Mattias Larsson from Civil Society Network in Skåne as well. So thank you for taking part in our discussion, and we'll start from the insights and thoughts of Mr. Ole. Right.
Thank you so much. I actually am going to be quite short now. I've already had the opportunity to speak to you, maybe for too long already, but I would like to make some few remarks, some very few observations. First of all, on this project on which we are meeting now. From our perspective, it's a very successful project. We are extremely happy with the partners with whom we have been working. And we are extremely happy with the fact that the Nordic Council of Ministers can contribute in this way and bring a Nordic voice to an extremely important discussion here in Lithuania. So we are now going into a phase where we will evaluate, look at it together with partners, and then hopefully, I will say, find money, resources, and an opportunity to expand to further municipalities, and also maybe to go deeper into the materia in the municipalities and regions. So why is this important? Well, we have heard today from many why it's important, but I'd like to make a couple of additional points, also to reinforce what has been said. And you heard me this morning saying that it's important to work both top-down and bottom-up. And what I experience from many places in the world where we are trying to do this with different partners, trying to link authorities and civil society, for instance, is that there often is a missing link. Authorities, they have their structures, they work well on an institutional level. Organizations, also as we heard today, Red Cross, Caritas, the Organization for the People with Disabilities, the Order of Malta, all of them, well-established organizations, they work well. But it's sort of finding the connection. And too often there is a disconnect. And therefore we do not get the full synergies of what we are trying to achieve. So this is also a part of the project we are running. Now, I would like to say something about state and society also. And it's a linked observation. States are important. We are all citizens of states. And we belong to state institutions somehow. But we, none of us, live in state institutions or structures. We live in municipalities, we live in communities, we form society. So there is where we need to meet people. And that is what this is about also. That is where I think that the NGO community, the NGOs, some represented here, but there are many others, play an extremely important role. But there's a challenge for you, and I speak to the NGOs also, because there will be other people who are not organized. There will be volunteers, there will be grassroots movements, there will be other initiatives that we need to somehow encompass and bring into the fold. Because in a time of crisis, what often happens, we see, is that people want to contribute. People who are not organized in this or that, are not in an NGO, they want to contribute. And our joint, I think, challenge is to find ways to give them agency, to bring them in, give them a role, and also for the psychological, mental health of getting through a crisis. It's extremely important that people feel that they are not victims, that they are not only protected, but that they are given an opportunity to contribute, that are actually given an agency. So I think that that is something we need to consider carefully. And we see it in many parts of the world. Societies that go through a crisis, they get on their legs so much better afterwards if they have been part of working for the solution, whatever that solution is. And I think we see it more than ever in the societal effort that encompasses everyone in Ukraine. And I was only some few days ago at an, I think, very touching but also important movie session from Ukraine, where they had a movie about the importance of keeping education going. So this, is also part of the total picture. Society has to rest on some sort of normalcy, even through a crisis, if we are going to stand afterwards. Let me then just say that I'm extremely happy also to have here colleagues from other Nordic countries. We have much to share. I don't think we have the solution, any of us, but maybe when we put it all together, we will see that there's a scope, there's a window, and I think that also, and what I hope we will see in this discussion, is that we will be able to look at planning before a crisis and then planning for a crisis. for a crisis, you have the mobilization, of all the society, but there will still be people who are not mobilized. We need to give them a room, but the most important thing is to prepare well, make good plans, involve everyone in the planning so that they know what it is, and have strong plans that we can rest on if we need it. But the most important things of these kind of plans are that we actually do not need to execute any of them. So thank you.
Ole, very much. So continuing what Mr. Ole said, I would like to invite Jari Honkanen, Ministry of Interior of Finland, just from the perspective of the governmental institution in Finland, and then will be followed by Kalle as a non-governmental institution, right? So, Jari, thank you very much.
Thank you, Achu and Labadiena volunteers and authorities. May I ask first, please raise your hands who are authorities. Whom are we talking to? So we do have some authorities here as well, because I was afraid that everybody left already. So, and I also would like to say thank you for the invitation to this event to participate in the Civil Resilience Forum. And a special thanks to Gaia, Dovile, and Mindauskas, and the whole team who have been preparing this and making this meeting possible. Tremendous work. And now I'm going to give a short overview from Finland, how we see the cooperation between voluntary organizations and authorities, and then we go into deeper concrete work, and Kalle will present that one. As an authority, I feel privileged to cooperate with voluntary organizations who represent such a wide range of people living in Finland. In my everyday work, I personally collaborate with the Finnish Rescue Association, SPEC, Finnish Red Cross, and the Voluntary Rescue Services, VAPEPA, Disabled Forum of Finland, Finnish Federation for Social Affairs and Health, SOSTE, and I myself, I have been working also 3 years as a national coordinator for VAPEPA under the wings of the Finnish Red Cross. And by the way, here's VAPEPA represented, and then we have Andy back there in the back row, and then we have Annika and Sami. Annika from SPEC and Sami from the aviation, how do you say, aviation rescue? Air rescue, yes. Our task in the Ministry of the Interior as an authority is to serve our people. To make good decisions, we need to have the direct and equal relationship with the surrounding society, environment and its people, and often this takes place and happens through organizations. The relationship means communication that gives us understanding of our needs and wishes directly from the people that we are working for and we are working with. So our decisions are not made based only on authorities' understanding, but on shared understanding based on communication and collaboration with the civil society and the people who our decisions concern. The voluntary organizations in Finland have a wide tradition and unbroken role, almost 200 years, supporting the public services and authorities. In practice, all those years, it means cultural services, libraries, helping vulnerable people, social and health support, educational structures, sports, safety and security. Voluntarism and active voluntary organizations also offer a fantastic way to participate on local activities and building the local community and the local welfare. These different kinds of networks are complementing and limited sources to the limited sources of authorities throughout the society. Therefore, I can say that without organizations and the volunteers in them, Finland would not survive and Finland would not be that strong as it is today. All this has been part of the factors that have built Finland a strong democratic civil society. The contacts, communication, common activities, and shared responsibilities of the volunteers and authorities have at the same time built common shared values and understanding. These are the fundamentals for our societal resilience. In our structures, these are same actors, stakeholders, organizations, and people in them. They are there in normal times as well as in disruptions, also in extreme situations like in war. The societal resilience is needed especially in crisis situations. A resilient community is flexible, it survives pressure because people know what they can do themselves and they know how different authorities act. A resilient community does not easily give up. It recovers easier from crises because its members are in networks which at the same time are their safe havens. All that I described is based on trust and respect. In Finland, we don't have any common law that describes the tasks of the volunteers. The cooperation is based on mutual trust and agreements between the authority with the mandate and the organization with the respective activity. Trust building is possible only through communication, doing together and getting to know each other. This happens when all parties are equal and respect each other. It is also essential to understand the different roles and mandates. Authorities act according to the respective legislation and organize volunteers according to the agreements made with the authorities. To understand each other better, it is important to work together right from the beginning. It might be really enlightening to understand how the other party sees my role and why I do the way I do, or the other one does the way he does. This is utterly important because in the real situation, accident or crisis, we need to have a crystal clear understanding what each one does. Alarms and disruptions are often complex situations, sudden situations, where different authorities, public, private, and volunteer actors are involved. Actors' roles must be clear, all preparation need to be done in normal time. Therefore, joint planning, meetings and exercises are utterly important. They reveal our weak points, we can solve misunderstandings, and we can develop those to act better in real situations. The better we know each other, the stronger the mutual trust is. In the future, I see the voluntarism and NGOs' role important, yet their forms might change with the development of the society and the technology. To be able to respond to the challenges and possible bottlenecks, we need to be open and again, communicate and engage all members. To consider is also if we should involve the private business life stronger. Let them introduce tools for communication, teaching and training methods like a game industry and artificial intelligence, and so on and so on. One does not need to know everything himself. Important that in the team there is someone who understands and shares the understanding. Even though we in Finland have a well-functioning system and actors in it, we still face open questions like the cooperating with the spontaneous volunteers, our aging population, people living in a sparsely inhabited countryside. The changing values, how interesting volunteering is, how much we expect from the public services, and what are we willing to do ourselves. There are big issues of digitalization. We also face the misinformation, attempts to shake our democratic structures. For authorities, it seems I see problems in reaching people and talking the same language. Further, how can we present our messages so that they are interesting to the citizens already now and not after something catastrophic has happened? We also need to find how do we reach the people that for some reason still are outside of our radar and networks, like immigrants, elderly people, socially isolated people, and so on. These still are issues that need answers and actions. The truth is that often we get interested in things when the damage has already happened. I think we all can share the fact that today's geopolitical situation and the threats, especially to the countries sharing a border with Russia, guide us to deepen our preparedness in voluntary organizations, also covering the extreme situations. And to my mind, this also means a growing cooperation with the authorities. For the cooperation between our countries, we already have a very good podium, the Baltic Sea Region Cooperation, which takes place in the Council of the Baltic Sea States and in the EU macro-region activities. And I encourage you all to contact your representatives in your countries, present ideas and topics, issues that we could elaborate together. You can also now directly turn to either Annika from SPEC or some of us five to me, and we can take these ideas and topics to further discussion around those tables that I just mentioned. So be bold and don't hold back. And I also hope that this event leads to further discussions and concrete practical initiatives to strengthen preparedness in the civil society and cooperation of volunteers and authorities, not just in Lithuania or in Finland or Sweden, but around the Baltic Sea region, in the whole Baltic Sea region. Thank you for listening. Ačiū.
Thank you, Jari. Thank you. And now, as you mentioned, Kalle will take further, and we just talked a bit. So it was extremely interesting to hear about the system, what you have in Finland. So I hope that for our guys, for our participants, that will be interesting as well.
Thank you. I come from an organization called Volunteer Rescue Service. That's a network of NGOs. We have noticed, but by doing it alone, by one NGO at a time, we have a lieu of agreements, lieu of functions, lieu how to things happen. My organization is lower commitment organization than compared, for example, volunteer fire brigades, which are required by skill requirements, they are quite farther away. My organization works with the search and rescue of missing people, different kind of assistances of locating something in the woods for the police, emergency support services where we provide warmth, food, health, psychological support, for example, first aid, and any kind of auxiliaries to authorities when they need a lot of resources. If you can, for example, imagine when the Estonia sank some 30 years ago, there was quite a lot of evacuees in 6 different collection points and collecting the information, who went where, connecting families. There was a huge part done by Red Cross, which is one of our member associations. By building this kind of network, we have managed to build trust through communication. Smaller, larger NGOs sit in the same table between the organizations discussing how we are preparing to provide these voluntary rescue services to authorities. We do, internal exercises, of course, training our committed volunteers, But we also take huge part in authorities' exercises. We take part in tabletop games nationwide, or we do some kind of local defense drills. We take part in them as well. Formal cooperation agreements are done on network level. So each of the NGOs doesn't have to have a municipality, institutional or nationwide contracts. So we have the same framework, same training regime for larger group of NGOs. This is the list of almost present NGOs. In the last meeting, Lions Club Finland was joined into our network. You can see there is well, sorry, they are all in Finnish, but there is even reindeer herders from Lapland, there is a Red Cross, there are hunters, there are local village associations. All of their nationwide networks described here are part of our same framework where we help the authorities. Cases how often authorities use us are described here. Most of them are search and rescue, and search and rescue was the foundational piece of our organization 61.5 years ago. It was launched by previous organizations trying to do it by alone, but in May of 1963, 5-year-old girl went missing for 13 days in Finnish Lapland, and it, of course, gathered a lot of spontaneous volunteerism. That lacked training, that lacked coordination, that lacked the profile how to accomplish it. Even though there was a huge amount of resources in use there, the functions, the way we worked with the police, with the local defense departments, it was rather lackluster. So since 64, VAPEPA, or Volunteer Rescue Service, is required on approbation. Of course, there are a lot of incidents at the same time. But you could say every day somewhere in Finland, VAPEPA is taking part in the assistance of authorities. The basic thing why we are needed so much is meaningful missions and giving meaningfulness for the volunteers themselves. NGOs are just the framework, the headline, the organizations where we organize ourselves. But committed volunteers and different levels of commitment by the volunteers are the key how we can build up our preparedness. Shared experiences by authorities, the meaningfulness of the job, the sense of purpose, comes from not the major crisis, not from the pandemic, not from one flood control thing, not from missing people. Any importance of the people there is, it doesn't come from singular event. It comes that institutions, different departments of municipal government, regional government, and national government require us in smaller and smaller incidents more often and often. That's the way how we train to work together. We collect the mutual experiences in real cases, of course, as in exercises. Agreements we have made by the VAPEPA are coordinated by Finnish Red Cross. In 64, Finnish Red Cross was chosen to be the coordinating member on land activities. So we have one NGO who does commitments agreed together for all. 3 things are done in the agreements. The chain of command, how the incidents are led, how we organize ourselves, that needs to be clear. You know what happens if the soup has too many cooks. Everybody adds their own salt. There is insurance coverage. Sometimes by agreement, for example, with police, we have very strict way of insurance control. But we need to provide something for our volunteers. Should anything happen during the operation, we provide them coverage for that. So it's psychological safety to join the operation even though it's a traumatic crisis event. And the compensation, we are not compensating training. We are not compensating personal gear. Operational level gear is provided by those NGOs who are committed to the network. So we are not funding the network itself by year or items. We are agreeing certain things, but once a singular volunteer takes part in the operation, his travel or her travel expenses are covered. Any reasonable other expenses agreed with command are covered. So if person goes missing 100 kilometers away and there are no enough volunteers in middle of the night from that local area, we can alert people from further away and it doesn't bankrupt their personal states. But the compensation is strictly lined to the reimbursement of costs happened. That clarity and safety makes it possible for our authorities, when the emergency calls, to take contact our regional duty officers who keep our alarm phones active 24/7 at the moment in 11 different districts of Finland. These persons are trained volunteers who have high level of commitment. They have enough knowledge of all the different types of accidents that they can alert right groups or right incident commanders to help the authorities. We have text message or app possibility. We will tell overall description of the operation for the persons to join the operation. Incident commanders build up that operation from nothing. There is no ready-made organizational chart. It's always case by level of training. Level of training usually also reflects level of commitment in those persons in question. And after preparing the start of the mission, what we do, we start preparing for shift change. So we are always prepared to continue more than 6 to 8 hours because we do this outside of our work, our normal life. We try to train as much of the volunteers we can to provide the possibility that you don't need to leave your children alone at home if you want to help somebody. We know that somebody else can do it. When you are working with clear structures, you know what there is around you, you know the reimbursement, insurances, you have a kind of clairvoyance to take part in this operation. One singular volunteer wants to come again. There is continuity in that. Basically, I translated our alarm system. Local associations like chapters of the Red Cross or local hunting club are organized in network alarm groups, which are registered in our system. We have location-based, alarm group level location-based emergency system when we discuss with authorities what kind of help and what we need. Each of them have, I believe it's 13 different fields in the system they can tag. So our alarm group does this and that. So we know straight who we are going to give that call when we need it. Then you notify, okay, I can come later, or I won't come. In long-term approximation during the daytime, we get 1/6. So every 6th person in the alarm system comes to the operation right away. In the nighttime is 1 from 8 person or something like that, depending from the region. But we get enough people. Once the incident goes, the duty officer directs it. If it's one singular house that has burned and one family needs immediate disaster relief, it's directed to the NGO who can provide disaster relief for that first 1 night, 3 nights, whatever is required. When you're thinking that one family's whole possessions, every toothbrush, every clothing piece has burned, they provide immediate relief. If the case is larger, we have over 200 trained incident commanders who are trained in volunteer rescue service. We call that vapepajohtaja. Incident commanders go there and start building up and preparing for expedited training and forming the organizations. The trained volunteers alarmed to the case have already been trained beforehand, but we are going quick refresher what we are going to do, and we start building up the operation. All the operations are supported by volunteer organizations with food, heat, places to take break in, and of course in Finland, making the coffee for us. That's very important. Once we start running the operation, we have huge amount of scalability because it's nationwide alarm system. If we need more assistance, we can alert next municipality and next after that until we have enough resources. We are also building up, and latest 2 years, we have built up, due to change in society, there's differing commitment levels at the moment on people. Some want to help in singular case, some are prepared to do it a long term, train themselves. So we are building up capability to take those spontaneous volunteers under our wings and give sufficient skill level expedited training to them to participate in the operation. After the operation, often, for example, missing people case, if it has an unhappy conclusion, we find a lost person, not alive anymore. There is our own construction within the alarm groups for psychological support that we don't lose also those traumatized, possibly traumatized volunteers. Any case, how it is. And the main idea of that psychological support is just to give somebody to talk to and together recognize should there be need for professional assistance. And after event, debriefing with the authorities in question, giving up the documentation, we document our operations quite thoroughly. We try to find those things that we need to do better next time. That's why it's very important that we give meaningful jobs, meaningful operations, even on the small scale for the volunteers. Because if the volunteer has trained, committed to the action, and is waiting for a third year that can I participate in something, that's killing the motivation. The diversity in our network is the strength. We have people from all walks of life, all commitment levels, and each one of them is very important. But without one thing, Finnish volunteer work is nothing. It doesn't matter what kind of framework we have built, what kind of contractual basis we have. It's that singular volunteer's willingness to help in his heart or her heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just reminding that you can definitely just raise your hands for 4 questions and just jump in the presentations, some clarifications. I just have one, just to imagine the scope of WAPEPA. How many active volunteers you have, I don't know, yearly or how you count it, and if that's a number for disclosures, what's the annual budget of WAPEPA? Just imagine the scope.
Annual budget for coordination, what society, government provides us, is 700,000 euros for coordination and upkeeping these training regimes, which is approved by officials, authorities like police. We have at the moment 14,000 registered and trained volunteers in a little bit over 1,200 alarm groups all over Finland. We have over 100 local committees that are working in their home area, which conducts like 1 to maybe 4 municipalities, smaller areas, and they are coordinating effects in the local area, and they are coordinating the alarm groups and local training needs.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to neighboring Sweden. Andreas and Matthias will share their views and ideas, maybe with some envy, or maybe you have something better to show and share, so we'll see. Thank you very much for joining.
And let's see if our slide has appeared here. Yes, it has. And thank you for inviting us here today. It's very nice to be able to be part of this forum. And especially thanks for the National Coalition of NGOs here in Lithuania. already this morning, we realized that there's a cultural difference, because in Sweden, we always hide between a plethora of PowerPoint slides when we do our presentations. So bear with me, I will need to skip a few because we're short on time, if you're wondering why it seems so messy. My name is Andreas, and I represent a regional government agency in Sweden called, and very good with the pronunciation when you introduced us, the County Administrative Board of Skåne. And with me today, I have Matthias.
Yes, hello. My name is Matthias Larsson, and I'm responsible responsible for the organization Network. The Network. It's a horrible name, but this is how we have done it.
Yes, and both of us, we operate on the regional level, but with different, policies to follow, almost. We have the national perspective, and you have the bottom-up perspective from the NGOs. So hopefully we can arrive at the same conclusions at the end of this presentation. And as I said, I will skip a few slides, but we both operate in the region of Skåne. We didn't include a map of Sweden. I don't know really why, but luckily we have one here in the corner. You might recognize it. And you will find our region in the most southern part of Sweden. So we're a border country with Denmark, connected with the bridge you saw earlier. We have 33 local municipalities, and they have a quite high degree of self-governing in certain policy areas. And we also have a regional authority who is responsible for the public transport and healthcare. A bit about, we have 1.4 million inhabitants and quite large demographic variation within the country. And it's densely populated in a Swedish context, but I'm not gonna go further into that. Let's see here. That was a nice animation. And my organization, we're gonna do that quickly as well. As I said, we're a government authority, but we're quite unique in Europe in that way that we are represented on the regional level. So there are in total 21 of ours. And our commission includes very many different policy areas, and civil resilience and civil defense is two of those, in case of war, the later one, of course. And we're also responsible for something. It's a new Swedish thing, because I said earlier, we're 21 different entities trying to work and collaborate with all the local actors on these topics. So we have introduced also civil areas. So there are in total 6 civil areas in Sweden where you work with these topics, but on a bit broader scale. Let's see. So yeah, NGOs in crisis management, the Swedish national perspective and governance. And I was thinking that I was gonna start with introducing the main policy in Sweden on defense. And we call it total defense. And what is that, you might wonder? Well, it's divided in 2 pillars. We have the traditional military defense, which the Swedish armed forces are responsible of. They have to fend off an intruder if it's war. And then we have the civil defense, and that's the other pillar, and that's everyone else in the Swedish society. So we have the public institutions, we have the private businesses, we have the NGOs, and we have every civilian, actually, because in Sweden we have something that's called the total, now I have to look in my papers, defense duty. And that's actually a law, so every inhabitant of Sweden, or everyone living in Sweden, actually, they don't have to be an inhabitant, in a crisis must respond and be of help to the society if needed, between 16 and 70 of age. And the reason why we have and talk about the total defense in Sweden is because we see that there are a lot of common things that we want to protect with our defense. And yeah, most importantly is actually our democratic values and the system we all live in today. So what to protect if there's nothing important to protect, so to say. And just a brief part of history here, because we have our Finnish colleagues, and we're a bit embarrassed that we're not as good as you anymore. But in one point of time during the Cold Wars, we actually, don't quote me on this, it was a colleague who said that we had a world-class civil defense, but it could be true because we were a neutral country pressed in between the West and East blocks, and we had to have a good system to work with the civil defense during these times. After the end or the fall of the Soviet Union, this was dismantled. There was a redirection of resources, and the civil defense system was actually being dismantled, which not was the case in Finland, as I've understood it. But of course, there was a turning point, and that was in 2014 with the Russian annexation of Crimea. Then our politicians thought that, oh, wait, we have to start up this again. It's very important that we have it in place, because now, again, we have an imminent threat in our geography. And of course, when we finally became a member of NATO last year, this was also a turning point in many ways. So today we have an ongoing rearmament process on this field and major investments in the whole total defense from the national level across these multiple sectors to rebuild all the capabilities we once had. So this is a chart in Swedish, but you can see that it's growing steadily, and it will onwards as well. So there's a lot of resources to work with now after the turning point in Sweden on this area. Let's see. And yeah, the total defense, as I explained, is the policy in Sweden, and it's actually explained very in detail in a government bill called the Total Defense Proposition, and it spans for 5 years, and it was recently updated. And here we also have a text on the role of NGOs. So yeah, read it. No, I have luckily translated part of it. And it says that we acknowledge civil society as a very vital contributor to the total defense efforts, both because they have a massive reach. There's a figure here that they have 160,000 NGOs in Sweden at the moment. I know Matthias will say that there's plenty more. So they have a broad presence across Sweden. And as we have heard earlier, their crisis response capacity and mobilization is much better than those of public authorities. So we should utilize that. And they also have greater agility in changing conditions. And then lastly, also on the topic of trust, as you talked about earlier, by fostering these bottom-up grassroots dialogues and collaboration, civil society can feel that they're part of building this up, creating the policies needed for also the national level, and that, we believe, builds the public trust needed. Let's see here. So yeah, just some short examples of how the national goals are implemented from my point of view. Matthias will then talk a little bit from his point of view. But we have a brochure, is that a correct pronunciation, that you might have heard of, because I know it's been on expert around Europe. But we have a brochure that has been distributed to all households in Sweden, giving the most common information about what to do if a crisis or a war appears and how to be prepared. So it's very practical. It's like you can call this number if you see anything. You should store this amount of water. You should have food for this long, and so on. And also since this year, crisis preparedness is now a mandatory part of the upper secondary education in Sweden since this autumn, so I can't really say what the effects are yet, but we see it as a long-term investment, of course, that everyone learns this from a young age, also in school. And then, of course, in our region, there's an ongoing initiative to work closely with the Nordic folk high schools, which is NGO-driven educational platforms, so to say, to teach preparedness. And this has already been done before these initiatives came, but we want to support them, to give them the correct direction, and to give the information that, also goes with the national goals. And then lastly, I could hear some similar examples here today, but many municipalities are in collaboration with civil society today, creating safety points in their local areas, where people can come in an event of a crisis, where you can know that, okay, I will get the correct information here, I can get some help if I need, some healthcare if I need. And then lastly, agreements has also been a topic today, and we're not really there yet either, but we want to be. So work is ongoing in another region to try to pinpoint an early agreement with the larger NGOs and public actors that can be activated, where roles and everything is explained. And you will also dwell a little bit deeper on that, I think, Matthias. And that was all I think I had. Do you want the clicker?
Yeah, I can take this one. Thank you. Okay, so I will continue and have more focused on the civil society. Okay. I like to talk about the importance of including the general civil society, because in general we are in Sweden focusing in on a few amounts of civil organizations when we are talking about the total defense or the civil defense. But I would like to talk more about the general civil society. And just to have a quick look about what is the Swedish society in 2025, and these are just a few points. But we have in Sweden right now 2 million inhabitants who are born in other countries. So out of 10 million, we are 2 million that are not born in Sweden. And we have just going to Malmö, because we are focusing on Skåne. When we go to Malmö, we can find that in Malmö we have 187 different nationalities. And we also now know that 25% of the population in Skåne is living under poverty or very close to living poverty. So that with this kind of information, I think that it's very important to think about how we are supposed to prepare this amount of people for a crisis situation. And because we have this information, we have this brochure, but these people, they cannot prepare themselves. They cannot go to the supermarket and buy the food they need to survive for a week or two, because they don't have the money for it. And also, with this amount of people who has coming into to Sweden by different reasons, but these people have a lot of knowledge how to actually handle a crisis situation, which we doesn't have the same amount of experience at all. And therefore, we look at the network for civil society in Skåne. We have about 60 organizations, members from all wide parts of civil organizations. They doesn't say so much for you maybe, but Red Cross is there, and Save the Children we have. And the thing is that all these organizations that we have as members, but also the whole civil society in Skåne, they are working with the 18 first sustainable goals. But the thing is that the network is focusing on the last one, how to actually work together in partnership. And this is our goal and aim with our organization. And this is a picture about what we are doing, but we are promoting cross-sectoral collaboration. So we are like a bridge builder between the public and the civil sectors. Because what we always see is that we have different logics to understand each other and understand the society. So with a bridge builder like the network, it's easier to kind of reach out to each others. And we have an agreement on cooperation in Skåne. The logo is horrible, but you have to deal with it. and the partners in this agreement is the network with their 62 members, and the region of Skåne and the county. So that means that we have an regional agreement for the collaboration between the civil society and the public sector. And to have this agreement written down and signed is really important, because when something happens, this is really strong. And we have an ambition to cooperate better together, and just because of the network is existing, and we have this agreement, we are actually invited into the rooms. When the public sector has different kind of meetings, we are actually also a partner in these rooms. So that is important to be involved very early in the process. Of course, we are developing how to finance the civil sector, because this is always a big issue, and try to learn from others and try to support the organizations. And this is a map of Skåne, again, with the municipalities and the number of civil organizations in each of the municipalities. And that is a lot. There's more than 30,000, nearly 31,000 organizations around in Skåne. And we have found out that if you also look at Sweden as a whole, that the amount of organizations are in general higher when in more rural areas. And that means that in these municipalities where you have rural areas and you have less support from the welfare system, these organizations rises. So I think this is an interesting knowledge to know that we do exist everywhere, all around in Skåne and in Sweden as a whole, and that we could see that they are stronger in municipalities who are actually losing in or less urban areas. Yes, you said before that we have in Sweden 160,000 organizations, civil organizations, but depending on how you count them, they are up to 260,000, and in Skåne 30,000. And we know that the number of employees in Sweden as a whole is more or less about 200,000, and in Skåne 23,000.
So this is a possibility when you try to collaborate more. Here you have organizations with employed people, which is super important if you want to collaborate, because all these works needs a lot of administration, of course. And when we calculate these kind of these organizations, and it's information about the number of organizations, the number of employees, and we have information about if they are active in the way that they actually declare money to the tax paying. And we also have today addresses to each one of these. And it's interesting because this is numbers we collected in September. Nowadays we can do this very fast. So we always know exactly how many organizations we have in Skåne. We know where they are. We know how to contact them. And this is very important if something happens. So we can actually reach out to nearly everywhere in Skåne very, very quickly if we really need to. And so this is important to know. And the last information, because we have always been worried, or not always, but the last 10, 15 years, we have been talking a lot about that the trust in the society is getting down, and that the amount of people who are organized and who wants to be part of a social civil organization is getting lower. But the thing is that this is not true. We can see when we calculate these organizations, they are always rising, always. We did the first analysis about the amount of organizations in Sweden, in Skåne, 2006. And since then, the amount of organizations has risen with 50%. So this is a lot. And we know that from a longitudinal study that's been going on since 1992, that 50% of the Swedish population are engaged in civil organizations. And in general, we spend 18 hours every month, freely, voluntary hours. So that says something about the possibilities to work together and to really use these organizations for the total defense and the civil defense. And so my purpose here is to really be focusing on the general civil organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for really breaking down the numbers and the system for all our speakers. Whether you have some questions or some remarks, you are always free to raise hand, and I'm going to give you a mic. If not, I will ask for closing remarks, what we've heard, and maybe some Norway again. And maybe, again, very short recommendations, because you heard our NGOs as well talking about. Maybe you had some thoughts pop in the head as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to close this very rich discussion. I hope that you all sit with the same impression that I am filled with now, that Nordic cooperation matters. Nordic-Baltic cooperation matters. And in particular also in this very important and difficult topic that we have been discussing today. Let me paint a small picture for you. I'm myself, before becoming a diplomat, I was a naval officer for many, many years. If you look at the military and you compare the state body, the body of society, with a human body. Then the military is like the skin. It protects us against threats from the exterior. But society, civil resilience, how we all participate, civil society is the backbone that keeps this body upright and standing in the face of crisis. And to draw further on this picture, Nordic Council of Ministers, the Nordic family, the Nordic construction in that sense, we do not do defense and security. And therefore, many have been thinking, okay, yeah, good to have, but maybe not the kind of organization we need in these times. Maybe not the organizations can meet these kind of security challenges that we are now facing. I will say the opposite. And there we come back to the backbone. Because what we are doing in terms of civil resilience, society security actions, and the resources we have for it, and the way we work on it, the money we can use, and the experience from the Nordic countries, all of that is quite empowering, really. And we do everything, in fact, up to security and defense. And I think that is an excellent distribution of labor, because you have the military organizations, you have the political setups in capitals that will do the rest. But all the inside, that is us. So, if you are with me so far, I'll continue a little bit further. Because what you have heard today from Sweden, Finland, and we could add Denmark and Norway to this, are different, but in a sense, same setups. And I think it's important to understand that we come to reasonably similar situations and solutions, but from very different sides. We have, for instance, had Finland and Sweden outside of NATO up till very recently. And it was only in 2009 that we, the Nordic countries, were able to establish a Nordic defense cooperation. But all this has to function within inside of our NATO membership that we now share. So whether from the NATO side or from the outside of NATO side, mobilizing civil society has been extremely important, and we have come from different sides, but we have landed on reasonably similar solutions. But don't think that the Nordic countries are equal in everything. I think that from seen from the Baltic states, we look like, you know, sort of the same gray Nordic mass of similar countries, but we are not as little as the Baltic states are similar. So also from our side, it's important to understand the differences between Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and also to understand, I think, better how you, between yourselves, can establish your own cooperative structures and networks to achieve something of what we have been doing. But my God, we've been working on this since 1945, huh? And we're still working on it. But we are making strides, and we are making strides together with the Baltic states. I think that is important. And that leads me to the final point here. We have the instruments, we have the work. There is something called Vision 2030, which is a vision about where we as Nordic countries, as a Nordic region, but I will add a Nordic-Baltic region, will be in 2030, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of becoming greener, in terms of social sustainability. And all of that is relevant. And on top of it, we have a goal, an ambition, to become the most and best integrated region in the world. And that ambition, I think, is something that we really need to share with the Baltic states. And I think the other thing is that when we speak about civil resilience societal security, that is also about integration. So we are integrating across this extremely important dimension. And as I said before, this is a way to create the same, the mobilized people, but also the self-reassurance that we need in order to take in hand these great tasks. From grassroots movements to established civil society organizations to state structures. So let me say that I'm convinced that we are on the right road, but we are not at the end of the road. I hope to continue that road together with you and with Nordic states, but in this Nordic-Baltic cooperative setting, and with the national coalition of NGOs also in future cooperation. So thank you all for joining. Thank you for listening to me repeatedly, and thank you to speakers. There's always so much to learn, I think, when we meet in these kind of settings. And thank you to Mindaugas for bringing us through the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that for sure we take out like some keywords from this discussion, from this conversation. Is definitely the most important is trust, because we've heard it from basically everyone. Communication, trust through communication, cooperation, inclusion, engagement, inclusion. That these are the main keywords, I think. So, Ola, thank you very much for closing remarks, and thank you to every one of you for contribution, for taking your expertise to our NGOs. And so this panel or conversation will come to an end now. We'll have some souvenirs as well for our guests. So thank you one more time, and we'll move along to the next conversation. Thank you. So now we'll have a chance to listen and also engage in a conversation. So I urging you as well one more time, just not to wait to lunch. When you, of course, you'll have an opportunity to talk to each other, of course, tete-a-tete. No one is leaving. Thank you very much. But also, just raise, because as we talked, there might be a question or remark which you think it's interesting just for you, but it might appear that it could have been interesting for more than just one of you. So please do not hesitate and raise your hand, and we will have this heard. So now for another conversation and a discussion, I'd like to invite here Olga Milanovic is from East Europe Foundation from Ukraine. Olga will give some keynote presentation, and the keynote presentation from Olga will be followed by the discussion. And Milda Goštautaitė from the organization Memorabilis, where is Milda? Milda, maybe she's there. Yeah, so she will join us. Milda, prašom užimti vietelę.
Milda, please take your seat.
Doctors Without Borders, or Medics Without Borders in French is Medics Sans Frontières. Yeah. So and Milda and Andrei will join us in the discussion, in the conversation. Yeah, after the keynote presentation from Olga. So take your time. We'll have roughly up to 1 hour of all this part. So thank you.
Thank you. Laba diena. Hi, everyone. Today I have an honor to represent the experience and lessons learned from Ukrainian organization, which is called East Europe Foundation. But I would like to start by expressing our gratitude to Lithuania and to, of course, all the partners country that supports Ukraine. We we truly feel it, and it means a lot for us. Before the war, my organization, which is called East Europe Foundation, or EF, has been working for 14 years already, and we were working mostly in the areas of innovations, digitalizations, also supporting civil society organizations in Ukraine, as well as businesses and public sector also. By the end of 2021, there was already a very strong feeling that the war was coming, but not all in the Ukraine believed in it. Still, as a team, we started to prepare. We divided our staff into small groups of 5 people for better communication if the crisis appear. We shared evacuation maps. We had briefings with our team. We sent these maps through emails, and planning ahead is crucial. We talked a lot about it today, but it has to be very flexible, scenario-based planning, because you never know how it will start. When the full-scale invasion began, it was still a shock, of course, and the very first thing we did was we checked with our colleagues in these small groups and then on the organizational levels also, and as soon as our colleagues found safe places and they let us know that they want to work, because everyone wanted to be useful, wanted to do something good for the country. So project teams merged and we started to coordinating, and we reached out to our donors, to our current donors, and asked them to reprogram the activities to give some funds on humanitarian response. Also, we, of course, reached out to our partners, our local CSOs, and they had a crucial role on why Ukraine was so resilient at the beginning and continue to be. There is one important thing I would like to say, that we received a lot of inquiries from partners all over the world, and they were looking for contacts or a reliable partner in Ukraine. And these partners become CSOs. So we just received the calls, our management, colleagues from different organizations, retail chains. They were asking like, we have this and that. Could we deliver the humanitarian aid? Could you distribute it within Ukraine? And we said yes, because we know that we could rely on our regional organization. So some conclusion from this part. For NGO, it's important to take, if you have time, to rethink what your organization can do actually in a crisis, in humanitarian aspects. What strong side do you have? What weaknesses? And for both NGOs and local communities, make an audit of your network. Do you know a responsible person that you can call in the case of emergency, or proposing assistance, or asking for help? It is very important, especially at the beginning when everyone is quite in shock. So our first response was the so-called shelter project. It was dedicated to provide emergency support to people who had to leave their home and find safety, either in other parts of Ukraine or they were moving abroad. To reach these people in communities, Ukraine is a very large country. We counted again on our partner local organizations, CSOs. And I must say that this activity, it was quite successful, if we can say it, because thanks to this partnership, we were able to organize delivering of humanitarian aid, to support shelters for displaced people, provide some household appliances, and so on. And one important point from this side is that even in the chaos, we stuck to our standards in reporting, communication, partner coordination, as much, of course, as it was possible. But we simplified our reporting forms. We didn't ask for any extra reports, but still we asked our partners for invoices, checks, if they could provide them, some photos, documentations, because we knew that we need to report back to donors, to people who support Ukraine via crowdfunding mechanism, and this accountability, it really matters. A few months later, we expanded our activities, and we include, for example, mine safety awareness activities. In close cooperation with Ukrainian Emergency Service of Ukraine, we launched several mine safety program, and soon we started receiving requests from the government bodies to establish shelters in the school, to create the school bomb shelters, because as it was already told here today, that when the crisis is going on and it's very long term, but education should be continued. At some point, you have to shift from this emergency mode to a new abnormal routine. As the situation keeps changing, so was our work. On this slide, there is my cat. I was in the underground parking lot, and he's listening to the air defense system working. But in the morning, he goes to sleep, but I was going to the work, and we had some activities. It's abnormal like reality, but it's also important to understand how it's important psychological resilience and flexibility. And if you have time, you have to try to develop these skills in your team and in your partners. Some figures, what we managed to do, and that demonstrates that NGOs not only can, but really should get involved in preparedness and response. Civil society in Ukraine, and as I heard here in your countries, had a major role in crisis response, is it war or earthquakes or other crises, and we've seen that firsthand. Now I'd like to share just a few cases from our partner organization, this local NGO that I was already told a bit. It is important that NGOs and authorities consider different scenarios. One of it is that you may need to relocate. We supported the relocation of several NGOs in Ukraine, and one example is an NGO called the UA Fishing Club. It's an amazing team. They originally was located in Kramatorsk, it's Donetsk Oblast, and they had to move to Khmelnytsky. It's a region on the most western part of Ukraine because the full-scale war. But their core activities was its youth policy, sport fishing, eco-activism. They were put on hold. But then on the next day of when the full-scale measure started, they joined the emergency response team with with the also community, with the local government, and they helped with train, bus evacuation. They also delivered humanitarian aid, and they relocated. And lately, they resumed their work in 15 regions. They are now operating. So they relocate, but they launched new initiatives. So recommendations from this side, you need to build network, to build connections within, of course, your region, but it might be also useful to have good network with the organizations, with the state authorities, with local authorities in other region of your country or even in neighboring countries, because you never know would you need any public spaces to put your laptop and have your workplace in other city. The next point I would like to highlight is that your network is important, and the communities that responded most effectively were those where civil society knew the right responsible people in local government, and where local authorities knew which organizations to call when setting up emergency response team or they need some humanitarian hub. A great example is Opora Rivne. This NGO, it was involved in election monitoring before the full-scale invasion starts, but because they had strong network, they know very well local government and state governments also, they very fast established this humanitarian hub. Many organizations have confirmed that they had to shift their activities, of course, and it's important to model how that might happen. Here is an example from Kharkiv. Before the war, this NGO, they were working with the schools, hospitals, they organized different exhibition festivals, but since February 2022, they relocated a bit to Kharkiv region, and even now they focused on distributing humanitarian aid, support internally displaced people in Kharkiv Oblast, equip bomb shelter, and they switched their activities completely. A few key points. Preparation, on our opinion, should start at the level of individuals and team. We speak a lot about how well, on my opinion, EU were prepared on the state level, but also, if I'm talking to NGOs, prepare your team, and because these people you will be count on when the crisis appears. Of course, you cannot be prepared for everything. There is few topics that you might develop already, and about cybersecurity, I would like to highlight the aspect that some of our organizations, partner, they had to leave territories when there already was occupation. And it was very important to know actually how to go through blog posts, how to clear your phone, and it's essential information that it's not very obvious if we are thinking about response, but we should take it into account. If something happened, probably yes, you will shift your activities, you will maybe react in some way, and think ahead how you would react if happened. Make these networks with your local communities, with foreign partners, and if you will be flexible and ready, it will give you some sense of resilience. I truly hope that you actually never will need to apply all these lessons, recommendation, of course, but if you do, I hope they help. Thank you for your attention, and thank you one more time for support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga.
Дякую. Basically, after such presentation, we might just say that's it. It's clear. We just go and then do the things Olga told us to do. Yeah, but we still have Milda. What would you add from your perspective, from your experience, from recent years, to Olga's advices, I would say? So that would be the first part of the question. And second question, what do we still don't understand, or what do we still don't want to understand being here in Lithuania?
Hello. So my name is Milda, and I represent NGO Memorabilis. Basically, now working mainly in aid for Ukraine. And our main focus is Kherson region, which is in the front line, and I'm also official ambassador for Kherson region. I even have a card for that. So that's what I like a lot. So I know the region quite well because the last almost 3 years now since the occupation, we go there and work there with administrations, with police, with army, with NGOs. And what I can say that when we talk that we need to take the lessons from Ukraine, we talk about it, but we don't really take the lessons. We just talk that we need to learn from Ukraine. And when we do, I mean, Lithuania, NGOs or politicians or everyone, majority learns from Kiev, Lviv, Vinnytsia. These are the safe, it's not, I can't call them safe, but they are very different from what would happen if it would happen in Lithuania, because they are far from the front line. They get the rockets, but they are not shelled every day. They don't get FPV drones every day. They don't get enemy in 20 kilometers. So when we talk about learning from Ukraine, we need to learn from frontline regions, because Lithuania is very near enemy. So it wouldn't be like Kiev. It would be like Kherson. They could come in one day, in half a day. So basically, that's where we have to learn. And it's very, very, very different. So that's one thing. Another thing is that our administrations, municipalities, politicians, they have to understand that it's not nice to have NGOs, but they need NGOs. Without NGOs, in wartime or in another crisis, they will not be able to deal with it. There's no way. Because what we see in Ukraine, in the frontline areas where civil infrastructure is still working, for example, in Kherson region, there are more than 160,000 inhabitants still there, even under constant shelling. The structure of, the transportation is working, pensions are being paid, doctors are working. It's surreal because it's frontline, it's zero line, but the infrastructure is still working. So without NGOs, administration there would never be able to work, because a lot of things that we would do, when we think NGOs, we think humanitarian aid and basically that. Animals, old people, yes, it's all that, but it's also computer systems and servers are provided by volunteers. Guns to shoot drones are provided by volunteers. Administration people, doctors and social workers are driving the cars that are brought by volunteers. And it's unbelievably how much things are covered by volunteers, by NGOs, and it's worth looking into it in more detail because it's just, you can talk about it a lot. And the third thing I wanted to say, which I forgot, but I might come back later to it.
Thank you, Milda.
Yeah.
We'll have some time to talk, and if you feel just to add something to your colleague or friend sitting nearby, of course just grab the mic and
encourage me.
Yeah, Andrei, what we've been talking with Milda before, Milda told me that it's impossible to have a plan for everything when it's a war, of course, and that's natural because the situation changes every second. My counter-argument is like, there are some constant things which we know happens, like deaths, injuries, PTSD, hunger, diseases. These things just happens. You can't plan it or not, but it will happen. From your perspective, from your take, how was it, in your experience, this, organization or management trying to cope with all the things which just came in one bulk?
So basically, I would like to stress and emphasize few areas of lessons from Ukraine from perspective of international NGOs. So it's not, we are not local NGO, but international with a lot of experience in war context. But we understood very quickly that we have to learn ourselves a lot in Ukraine. I just put in blocks few ideas. First of all, to say that different to other contexts, in Ukraine we found very rich and strong civil society. It's incredibly strong. I follow it since 2013, and I'm impressed. I learned a lot myself. Second one is, MSF, Doctors Without Borders, sometimes to certain arrogance, is independent. It's 99% of finances is covered by private donations. So we are used to to be independent, taking decisions, not listening too much to others. We are famous about this. But what we learned from Ukraine, we absolutely vitally need networking. We cannot do alone anything, you know, so that we were forced basically to change in order to survive. And this is the very important first point. And then we came to a situation where we had to deal with daily security management. It means that if you really want to be efficient, you need to take care of your personal safety. If you do not pay attention enough to this aspect, you will be basically thrown away very quickly. So in order to fulfill mandate of humanitarian organization, you need to preserve daily balance in between scanning very precisely humanitarian needs on one side and measuring the threats and assuring the safety of your personnel. And even in this daily work, it led us to understanding that we, in certain situations, we cannot take risks because it's too much. Then local NGOs, local partners would come and propose to take these risks instead of us. So there was an ethical dilemma whether being, you know, like emergency medical organization, we delegate these risks to others, giving them some resources, whatsoever, being not able to take this risk ourselves. So it's basically when this is when there is a age when you not support but encourage. You see the very fine line. When you encourage, take the risks while you are not taking the risks. So it was a big dilemma, and it had to be dealt case by case. So, and our section, not one, many, some, they took a decision to draw red lines, never to cross. Meaning, for example, 30 kilometers from front line, you never cross this line, and then basically what happened, your natural target population would be not accessible for you. So that's why, as a different section, Operation Center Brussels, we took decision not to draw red lines, but rather to take decisions on daily manner and establish we never had it before, but personnel responsible exclusively for security officers that would scan and connect to partners on daily basis in order to take ad hoc decisions, go or not go, green light. So this is a big change. The second big block is all related to supply and supply logistics and distribution of the goods. Ukraine benefited of incredible big mobilization of donors. Only UNICEF raised somehow 800 million in few months. The problem was that a lot of supplies channels were completely bottlenecked at the level of regional centers, not able to progress those available resources down chain, you know, to the beneficiaries. And this is mainly because there was a problem with warehouse management and the pharmacy organization. I remember even in Kherson and in Kramatorsk and other places where observing, like, main nurse would come and open box by box and taking some items, while this is belonging to the kit, to the module. It's not like, item supply, it's by module supply. For example, 50 surgical operations or 300 surgical operations, anesthesia module or whatsoever. So there is very little knowledge about this module system and surgical system, and absence of this knowledge and organization at pharmacy blocked from access to many essential drugs for many. So this is very big lessons learned. We're discussing now with Ministry of Health of Lithuania and Ministry of Defense, and they are eager to change supply system from item supply to kits and module supply. This is big lesson. Next block is a surgery response. We had the surgical teams, and like in any other context, we placed surgical teams in Kherson, in 2 hospitals. Then we concentrated on 1 hospital. And on the eastern part, we also fixed the teams around selected hospitals in Konstantinivka with big reconstruction works, reparations, whatsoever. The problem was that the needs are volatile, war-related needs. We had, for example, explosion nearby and we were busy, but then explosion with mass casualties 50 kilometers away, and we are not busy. So this has taught us to create a flying surgical capacity based in, let's say, Pavlograd right now. And we have a small team of surgeon, anesthesiologist, nurse, and intensive care unit specialists in very short time to fly to those places where mass casualties happen. So this is second one. So combination of fixed and flying capacity. The next big block is under motto, war is a trauma epidemic of trauma. So we have to understand that at wartime, there are a lot of patients that would need immediate care, and in this regard, the standards of care, the quality of care should be revised. And the problem is that in many situations, highly specialized people like surgeons, physiotherapists, they are not ready to abandon certain standards, and they fix on certain quantity of people instead of distributing care for larger amount of patients. And that's what we usually do in MSF. We say that it is better good for all than best for few. This is public health approach. And this type of lesson, it's true for surgery with triage system, with the mass casualty planning, but also for early rehabilitation. For example, in Ukraine, in 2022, there were 0.63 practicing physiotherapists per 10,000 inhabitants. In Lithuania, for example, close to 6. In average in European Union is 13 per 10,000. So basically, it was 20 times less in Ukraine than average in the European Union. But what they did, they wanted to preserve the quality of care. Thus, many patients had no access to early rehabilitation. What it does mean on the longer run, it means that the snowball of complications is increasing, making disastrous backlog for the decades to come. So this is very big lessons that we have to also take it for Baltic states. It means that training on mass casualties, not only at event place, but also at the doors of the hospitals. This is also what we will practice together with Ministry of Health in coming months here in Lithuania. And another big block is the patient transfers, ambulances, and evacuation routes. What we learned, we had 20 ambulances to complement national emergency transfer system.
Sorry, you mean ambulance cars?
Cars with the teams, intensive care unit. So
it's like three persons, yeah, in a team.
Sometimes two, sometimes three. What we learned that we need to promote targeted transfer, not just transfer from one facility to another with multiple pit stops. This increases the exposure to the intra-hospital infection and contributes to resistant bugs in patients. We need to really go for targeted transfer with elements of telemedicine to understand quickly which specialized hospital may respond to the not 3-4 hospitals on the row, but from the event to stabilization center and immediately to the hospital that will take care of. And then big block is access to healthcare in gray zones, and that's where balance between needs and safety is important. Trust to small NGOs, but questioning yourself whether they don't take additional risks and whether you don't promote risk-taking. And the last one is balance between war-related trauma and civilian pathology. What we observed is that in order to prepare hospitals for war, a lot of hospitals are emptying the beds and people are basically thrown away from hospitals to their domicile and not prepared patients. Many of them, they may die or go to very important complications. Still, for us to understand how many patients died or are in important complications in Ukraine, and it seems the morbidity and mortality rate among civilian populations related to war is ways too much higher than probably related directly to the war. So in order to really be prepared for this situation, we need to build up systems in response not only to war-related trauma, but to civilian pathologies with, for example, pre-packed chronic patients' medication parcels, telemedicine, ambulatory care, home-based care, and also maybe what Lithuania can do and other Baltic states already have a register of all chronic patients with exact addresses where they live right now, because, for example, in blackout situation, a lot of chronic patients or people in need will be blocked in higher floors, and they will be not able to go downstairs.
Sorry, so this is like an, well, direct or correct advice for like a Red Cross or some organizations who are taking care of and know the addresses, know where people they are living. Even I think that Malta order as well. Okay, so thank you very much, because well, it's not, I understand that's not so easy to listen and to hear these things, and you know, some people maybe want to go for a tea and have some water. That's natural. So my next question is, starting from Olga, how and what would be your advice? How you keep spirits up of the people working for you? I mean, volunteers, maybe full-time people, because that's a direct way of burnout. I mean, if you face this thing, not listening for Andrei's presentation, and it's already, you know, hard to listen, but if you are in this constantly from 2013, so what are the methods? Are there any, or is just ad hoc and you change the people, and what's the dropout rate? I don't know.
Very good questions. Actually, yesterday I was asked almost the same question from a colleague from Lithuanian NGO, and I said it yesterday, and I will repeat myself. There is no like universal methods you can use to stay resilient, to avoid burnouts. We faced with burnouts within, especially organizations that is working in Kherson Oblast, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, near the front line. But it's quite simple methods, like maybe it's even, I don't know, too simple to say, but very hard to achieve right now in Ukraine. It's like health sleep, yeah. But within the organization, it also could be possible to somehow adapt to the reality. For example, when this shelling, I will speak about Kiev, at night, so we discussed it with our top management, and we agreed to move all the meetings on the next half of a day, so people get some rest and at least get some peace of sleep. There is some small steps you can do to stay resilient. Also, it's a very good topic that now and recent years, psychiatric help and psychology support become more common in Ukraine, because it was not so a topic that not so paid attention before. So we normalize it in Ukraine, that it's okay, it's normal if you feel yourself, I don't know, you cannot get up from the bed, then you probably need some help, and you need to go and ask for this help. So no strict methods from my side, no recipes, but you know, people, unfortunately probably, but get used to a lot. So maybe my colleague from the experience observing Kherson activists could, because we can learn from them of the resilience.
Well, I'm not from Kherson, I'm Lithuanian. I'm just almost one of them. I actually, if you don't mind, before I forgot, I wanted to react to something Andrei said, and that's exactly what I wanted to say, and I forgot before, about the big organizations, big international organizations, and small NGOs. So this is exactly what is happening. Big international organizations, they have very clear procedures and what they can and what they cannot do. And majority of them, they cannot go there when they are where they are mostly needed, meaning 30 kilometers from the front line. Those 30 kilometers are in need, not after. Well, they need doctors, they need everywhere, but humanitarian aid and other things, evacuation and stuff. So that's where the small organizations come. And in Lithuania, basically, we have to not expect any help from UN, International Red Cross, I think. Well, Lithuanian part, yes, but not from the international organizations.
In regard of the
because
whole
we
territory will be frontline.
Yeah, because we are the front line. So we ourselves will have to do all that. And all organizations, they will, it's been talked today already, that the focus will change. If you're animal welfare NGO, very, very possible that you will be dealing also with human evacuations. If you are a doctor, you might also be providing some different help for, I don't know. So basically, everyone becomes one. So don't just think about what you can do, what you know, but you will have to be open-minded, because NGOs are people who are motivated to help. So they will help and they will do, but not the big NGOs. And what is important also, this is something that you as especially the coalition, the bigger organizations, what you can think now about is what laws can be in your way to help people and to initiate the changes now. because it's not going to be time at wartime to change the laws, but the laws don't stop working. That's the main thing to remember. The laws don't stop working. And what a lot of volunteers and even Hromadas, municipalities, workers, we joke about in Ukraine that we will all be in jail after war. And it's not really a joke, because it might happen, because there are so many things that, so many times the law is broken for a good thing, but for a good aim, but the law is broken. And actually now there are courts for some of frontline municipalities, people who are being shelled every day. They are building the bomb shells now, and the prosecution is not stopping working. They are prosecuting them for not very proper procedure of this
building.
No, procurement.
Okay.
So exactly, so the law is not stopping. Police work is not stopping. Prosecutors don't stop, courts don't stop. So you will have to break the law, because it's inevitable, because the laws are made for peacetime. So if you have things that you think that there might be a problem, and this is the time to start initiating and lobbying the change of the law for whatever you are working with.
All right, thank you. And regarding the, I'm just don't want to use this word motivation. It's not that, just keeping you sane.
It's just some people, they can stay sane and some don't. Everyone needs sleep, everyone needs someone to talk to, but it's just, how do you say, there's no recipe for that. So.
Okay, Andrei.
But I can say what can help NGOs from the state. It's financial aid. And financial aid to keep the administration working, specifically small NGOs that are doing a lot of work, but they cannot keep rolling on voluntary basis. And when the state is giving financial aid for NGOs, for projects or for learning, for seminars, that doesn't give those volunteers what to eat and where to live. So administrations of small organizations, they cannot be working on voluntary basis because it's not efficient. So how to motivate them to go on, help them to keep their stuff. That's how can.
Yeah, Andrei, the same question, and also keeping in mind that these large international NGOs like yours or Red Cross, I bet that you have some regulations within the organization. I mean, the international organization level. So you might need to break not just the state law, but also the organizational code to do something extra. How do you cope with that?
We understood it last year, this problem, acute, very related to these burnouts. We had many in our organization, but also in local communities and local medical community. So what we have done is compulsory breaks, compulsory holidays, rotation system within organization, but also to change, for example, on duty, local doctors. We did in several locations, we changed the surgeons to give them some time to rest, because they were available 24/7 for 3 years. Imagine, he was already going crazy. The Inochakiv hospital, we came to change the whole team for at least 3 weeks. Then we introduced the position of psychologist for personnel who works only with people of organization. Those are small recipes, but does not prevent, for example, men from mobilization. We have a lot of men who were mobilized during our work. Our organization is more or less 400 people in Ukraine. Already close to 50 men were mobilized in Ukrainian armed forces. And this one is a very big lesson, because what we did, we introduced the list of critical personnel that we submitted to Ministry of Health and Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Defense. So there are given kind of delays in mobilization, but this is also lead us to this situation when many male cannot travel from one region to another. So we, of course, we employ more women now, but yeah.
So that's a reality, and
yeah, this is right. Nothing wrong.
Right.
No. Yes. Yeah.
Just again, I'm just scanning the audience. So just raise your hand if you need or feel the urge to say something. One more question, which is I think it's quite important to ask, and especially Olga, what we feel here in Lithuania, recent, I would say years, is the somewhat activization of anti-NGO narrative. Say NGOs are like, I don't know, just a fund suckers, or we just, useless, and so this is especially in the social media. So that's, of course, we do understand that's a part of hybrid, war. Is that the case in Ukraine, or was it before a few years, and how is it now? What's the narrative? If it's pro-NGO, anti-NGO, or does the society understand it, the need, the purpose, the aims of non-governmental organization sector?
Thank you for the question. Started with Ukraine. Yes, it was like ordinary, I do not like this word, but still ordinary Ukrainians who are not involved in any volunteering or NGO sector before the full-scale invasion, before the 2014, where the Russian invasion initially started. They just didn't know what this NGO were doing. Like some people, some activists, they criticize the authorities, they maybe do some work against corruption, but they maybe, Ukrainians do not understand how this could help themselves. But after the 2014, and then after the full-scale invasion, almost every Ukrainians become the part of this civil society, this power, or become volunteers. And it helps us a lot. And as of now, I do not see the situation that Ukrainians do not know why the civil society sector is important. As for what you're speaking about, Lithuanian situation, of course, I understand that, yes, it's a hybrid attacks from Russian paid bots, and they will go in a comment session, they will create some contents to include their narratives into minds of people. But I guess our part, your part as NGO itself, to speak about your work out loud, to show people on very real cases, on so-called success stories, on people's stories, how could you already worked, what your work has done so far. and do not work, it's my personal opinion, with the audience that completely, I don't know, pro-Russian, or they receive these narratives and they agreed with them, because you will, I don't know, you will do your work and it will just they will just grab it to the trash. So just be direct, know your target audiences and work with them, show yourself, and your NGO coalition, as far as I discovered already, have already done a great job on the community level, probably on the state level. So keep going. That's my piece of advice.
Thank you. Hilda, what's your feeling being very often in Ukraine towards this, attitude towards NGO, how it's shifted, and how the local, I don't know, government organization, local municipalities contributed to this shift or did not, how it's still going on, how it's easier or not, or even harder to talk to the local municipalities, and what's the relations in between NGO and the governmental institutions now?
I would say that in general, NGOs, like volunteer movement, is very well received in Ukraine, because the people see the real effect of that, and majority is involved in there. Authorities, the nearer the front, the more they appreciate volunteers. The nearer Kiev, they are out of space and they don't really understand how things work. Actually, Ukrainian government themselves, they had no clue what's happening in Kherson region, and our diplomats were taking their counterparts from Ukrainian side for the first time to visit front lines. So it's the same in Lithuania. Our politicians, they are somewhere distancing themselves. So people in Lithuania are very pro-volunteer as well, because we noticed that already during COVID with migrant crisis. So it's not only war. The problem with Lithuanian volunteerism is that our people do it when they have time. In Ukraine, they do it instead of doing something what they want, but they just feel that they have to do it. And we need to get to that as well, because we are at war already. We are not being shelled, but we are at war. Kherson people, they didn't believe that they can be occupied until the morning of 24th, 2022. The morning they woke up in occupation. The evening before, they were telling there's no way they can occupy us, and they can, even though the war was already in the country since 2014. So it's the same with us. We don't want to believe that. We don't really, we kind of say that, yes, there's a threat, but deep inside, nobody believes that. And we have to start believing, and we have to start doing that extra step, extra mile, because, and start working for Lithuania, not when you have free time, but instead of some of your hobbies, instead of some of your things, because we have to be prepared. And there's no other way. We are at war now.
Mm-hmm. And Andrei, for closing, what would be your exact recommendations to, let's say, okay, to Lithuania? How could government involve more NGO into all the crisis management system or the project management, how to share the operation things, etc., etc. So very, very practical approach from your side.
I was preparing to answer the same question. Now you changed. Just for, just to not waste my thought about international NGO level of acceptance at the local community will depend on how well they resolve for themselves the question related to neutrality and impartiality. And because if you really want to play like impartiality or neutrality, you will be really regarded as enemy in Ukraine, because, for example, in our organization, even until last year, we had to be careful not to, when we go communication about some, for example, explosion in Kramatorsk, we would not be able to write by Russians. You know, it just exploded, something in Kramatorsk. It's evident, it's already 4th year of the war. What is the problem to write it executed by Russian forces and so on? So this hesitation to all the time, you know, play this.
So wording matters.
Absolutely, you know, and I can understand this for example, for ICRC, that is in very tricky situation because they have access to the prisoners of war on the Russian side, and they have to be careful, you know, because if not, they will not have access to Ukrainian prisoners in Russian prisons. And but this is not understood, for example, by residents of Ukraine, and ICRC was really very blamed many times for this hesitation to name black and white. But for MSF, this question was solved, I think, already during the first Chechenian war. I was there in '95, and we had no access at all to we had no choice. Why MSF has notoriety? It's because we our own can decide on vulnerability or not of certain population. We cannot be directed by FSB or KGB that this population needs more assistance or less. That's what happened in Chechnya. First war, second war, it was absolutely clear. You cannot play neutrality and impartiality with Russians. It's absolutely impossible. But young MSFers, for example, they don't understand this, how it's Russian. We need to be on the both sides of the conflict and so on. So in 2022, Amsterdam section went to Russia, and they tried to reach out to the occupied territories from Russian side. And the result was absolutely nil, it's zero. They were directed to certain groups of people indicated by Russian special services. The maximum they could do is Voronezh, is Rostov, is very far away cities, but not coming any closer.
So if we would go to some, well, exact recommendations towards our government, or like Minister of Interior or Minister of Defense, how to deal with that possible situation here, would what is like pre-memos, just write some instructions, or have some negotiations or discussions with NGO as well? How would you see in the practical way, could it be done to avoid these misunderstandings and misunderstandings?
Explanation of mandates. For example, ICRC has to be very bold on explaining what is their mandate. Explanation at the level of access to population. Sometimes you need to be silent in exchange for access. Because, for example, when in 2015 we were in Donetsk, MSF, and then MSF was thrown away from Donetsk because we were very public on violation of rights of access to the population and so on. So it was very naive, still attempt to, to appeal to international opinion and so on. And then since then, nothing. We are not present in Donetsk, Lugansk. So all this should be explained. And then, yes, judging day by day and maintaining the balance in between what is important for you to denounce certain acts and then being at risk to being expulsed, or continue your work because your work is bringing a lot of benefit for people in need until certain degree, but then by doing so, whether you don't become accomplice at certain stage, but not denouncing much larger violation of human rights or crimes of war and so on. It's daily work, and communication and advocacy strategy should be very clear about this. You know.
Thank you. Thank you. So basically what we can just take out that preparedness and readiness. It's not like, I don't know if I could ask how many of you talk about well, potential threat in your organizations, be it association of ethnosport or others. I'm not talking about the, let's say, large ones, whom I believe have some plans or algorithms, but even smaller ones. So this is it's not like an audit now, but I think we should think about it, and while coming back, whenever it's like 3 people or 300 people in our organization, should have decent talk about what might come and what should we do as a group of people still. So thank you very much for your thoughts, and we'll have some souvenirs as well. That's the least, I think. That's the least we can share here. Well, that's no words. What we could say. It's like just thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing. And now just before lunch, we have also another guest from Latvia. And I'd like to invite here Ines Vaivare. She's from Latvian Platform for Development Cooperation. And we know that Ines needs to be in Riga today for a very serious reason. So that's why we're very, very thankful that you are here with us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very hard always to talk after Ukrainians, right? And I would really like to express also from Latvia our support. And as we say, we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. And I'm very sure that Lithuanians also will. And I'm not here alone. We are several people who are here from Latvia and who will really need to run back to stand for our democracy. As you know, maybe in Latvia we have today very wide protests to protest against denunciation of Istanbul Convention. Unfortunately, Kremlin's narratives are also strong in Latvia, and these protests are taking also place in several other cities, most probably also in Vilnius at our embassy. So yes, and also deepest gratitude for this generosity of Lithuanians to welcome us here and also supporting us in our daily actions. And there have been even cases when we have been contacting Lithuanians, they have been contacting Polish, and they have been bringing tent to build at the border of Latvia to support refugees. So actually this sisterhood of Baltic states is very common on daily work. I also have a presentation. Okay. Very shortly, I was listening to the presentations and I was thinking, are we lucky or not lucky not to have NGOs in Latvia? We do have, but they have never taken a lead to coordinate crisis situations. Always it has been grassroots movement, taking initiative by some local NGO, national NGO, making coalitions or networks, and maybe it has helped also for us to build our own system, if I may say. 2022 was eye-opener, of course, for everyone, also in Latvia. Besides of very high volumes to support Ukraine, we started to think, okay, what we can do as NGOs. And it has taken, I must say, quite a long journey to build trust with our institutions to show that NGOs also play important role. We have had cases, of course, when volunteers and NGOs help in rescue and so, but it has been very fragmented. What we have done so far is that I must say, first we try to reach out to international community, and those who work in humanitarian aid, you know that there's such European network called Voice, where big humanitarians are in. And when we reached them in 2020 asking, can you help us, because we have no internal knowledge how to work with refugees and so, they said, no, actually we are very busy. You need to be on your own. You have in your name of your organization development. You are not humanitarian. So this is something that we have experienced. So we are troublemakers also at European Union talking about local NGOs, as it was expressed also before. We are doing a lot of tabletop exercises initiated by NGOs and gathering around the table at local level different institutions. But I must say that one of the success stories is building relationships with Ministry of Interior. And we have very good relationships. Already for the second time, we have had a very big national conference where many NGOs and institutions take part. And for the first year, this year, we had first Civil Protection Week in Latvia. It was initiated by NGOs and also run by NGOs. So this was like awareness-raising campaign on which we plan also to continue. Another success story from Latvia, what I would like to share, is Sprint of Innovations. We have such innovations activities run by government where they engage different stakeholders to solve some problems. And one of the problems what was defined was exactly this engagement of society in civil protection. As we don't have those big NGOs who could run this process, we needed to redesign this from the bottom up. And we had this innovation sprint, and also colleagues, some who are here participated. And now also our Ministry of Interior, they launched guidelines for municipalities how to work with society and how to engage them. And there are algorithms for peacetime situation, for crisis situation, and the communication and so. So now we are working to implement it. So here you can, maybe those who are in the first rows see some pictures also with colleagues who are here in the room from conferences and from events and so. So what is our strength? We have seen that people stand up in crisis situation, and this is for sure. And therefore, as many speakers before mentioned, so-called unorganized volunteers, we are also looking more on this power of volunteerism. The idea is that we could train in each municipality 2 people who can work with large volumes of volunteers who maybe don't have any experience how to do some activities at the local level. Also, as I said, we have very high trust from institutions, and for me it's very big compliment when I hear meeting some international guests and when they say, we went to your armed forces, and they say that they like to cooperate with NGOs. I think that is a real compliment. Legal framework was mentioned also when you were talking about Lithuania and also about this prison. We also have the same joke, by the way, in Latvia with those who are helping Ukraine. We are saying whether we will sit in one cell or separate cells. So, because it is reality. When you do some activities in crisis situations, you need sometimes to be flexible with some legal contexts. And yes, therefore, we are also thinking how to develop our legal system to make it more easy in crisis situations. And probably it's the same as you have mentioned already before. Voluntary work system, we have national registry, which we want to improve by also registering crisis volunteers at national level. But of course, as we have this bottom-up approach, we will have coordination at municipal level. So so far, at least, the management of volunteerism is seen at a geographically bound system. And of course, international cooperation. I know that here are people who are also in this Baltic Sea level group of municipalities and NGOs, and I really invite everyone to join. It's very valuable to hear different experiences, and there is new project about engagement of NGOs and society in civil protection within this group, which is actually now still being developed, so I think many can join the process. And of course, Baltic Sisters, at least in development NGO platform level, we are very close friends. Challenges, so not just to praise my government and our NGOs, of course we also have challenges. And the main challenge for us, because we don't have these INGOs, is access to knowledge. We cannot access any trainings, we cannot access any, okay, we have like, of course, free materials online, but in general, this is our disadvantage, because we need to look for national resources to prove our government to give us financing to attend some kind of training or so. So that's why we are happy to be also here. And therefore, we have also weak networks, because in Lithuania, you have this special support for networking, right? This project call. In Latvia, we don't have. Networks are usually running on project basis, like average NGOs, and then they are doing networking as voluntary work. So this is, again, quite hard for us to do the networking. About engagement at national level, we have good practice that we are already for the second year engaged in this national level military training civil protection part. I think you mentioned in Lithuania it's called Taurus, yeah? No? Yeah? So yeah, in Latvia it's NAMES, and we are working in an evacuation group. So we are developing algorithms for evacuation, and this year we tested also how it looks from other side when our NGOs are trying to engage with civil protection committees, because in Latvia we have civil protection committees, and to be honest, we have 2 success stories by now. One of them is in this room, that NGOs are included in these civil protection committees. So this cooperation is already legitimized. Yeah, decentralization, how to get the seat at every table. And also, as I said, we are building now on, more or less on small initiatives. And all the pictures you saw, we have never had any project on civil protection. We are just taking any other project and injecting the civil protection perspective. What we plan to do in the future, I think we need to review the concept of voluntary work. We as NGOs are used that somebody comes and volunteers forever in our NGO. This is not how it works nowadays. People want concrete tasks. I want to volunteer for 1 hour at that time, not in work time, because I'm working already somewhere else. So in order to work with these unorganized volunteers, if I may call them so, is that actually we need to review the approach and the system, how we do it. Also integrating the resilient competencies through different other tasks. You mentioned already education systems, the same applies to Latvia. We have competency system where you are investing in competencies of students, but not, of course, in civil protection. We have this military lessons, if I may say, or linked to military lessons as compulsory now in schools, but it's more about military, there are others than civil protection, which might be, right, a little bit of difference sometimes. Our crisis center is now for a few months only, so we were amazed yesterday by your experience, but we do hope to learn more and to develop it. Yeah, so we work also with NATO 7 resilience baselines, and as you know, at European level now many changes are happening and many new strategies drafted, and I think here we also can cooperate because we are lobbying in EU to have access to resources also for national and local NGOs, because now it's really restricted for very small group of NGOs by very expensive certificates. But as we see that national and local NGOs play a role, I think we need really to fight for our region to be heard at European level. And of course, building trust was mentioned here many times, but I would like to mention building sense of belonging. Because at some hour, you might have skills or you might not have, But if you feel that you belong to this country and to this place where you live, it might make big difference. And this is something where we need to invest also in Latvia more. To finish up about Baltic cooperation, I think it's very important to understand that we have very diverse approaches in each country. I know that Estonians have totally different as here in Lithuania and we in Latvia. So we really need to respect it. We need to respect how actually this is developing on its own. We need to share skills and best practices. As I said, we already do that. Of course, we need to do more cross-border cooperation at Baltic level, to be honest. I think we need to think about engaging in evacuation exercises when our governments are doing that and really take part. And the last, actually, maybe it's a crazy idea, but as we know, sometimes crazy ideas become reality. We have been thinking about Baltic Fund for Resilience or Civil Protection, because the problem is, as we don't have access to these European funding or any other specific type of funding for this civil protection, maybe, putting together some kind of resources from all three governments and giving by that access to national and local NGOs might be an answer for our region. So I'm keeping it with open end. Thank you.
So, paldies, thank you. And yeah, so basically that was the last presentation of our broadcasted meeting, because after snacks, those who are coming back here will have a more informal discussion. We could, we'll wrap up what we've experienced. So I think that, there is this theory that from any meeting, any conference or seminar, each might take out at least 3 things. And these 3 things might be so different. Lunch included. I mean, it might be, one of the things might be a taste of a cookie or just some other emotion. But I do really hope that throughout today, you've got something which resonates. Not just the practical approaches from our guests from Sweden, from Finland, thank you very much, from Latvia, also from our Minister of Interior Affairs, from Vice Minister of Defense. Naturally, they had to leave, but at least from their speeches, we could feel that there's not so much of different, approach towards NGOs, wishful thinking. And there's much to do. So my personal takeaway is, anyways, this word trust, which was mentioned so many times today. And especially when we were listening to Olga and Andrea and Milda, that's basically, I just thought about that. Maybe this thing might be keeping people from continuing what they're doing. This trust, to each other, trust to the future, and belief. So basically that's, and I would just maybe repeat myself. I would just recommend that everyone and each of you coming back to your organizations, whether it's 3 people, 300 people, or you are umbrella organization, or you're just a student, whatever, reading club, still you should talk about it. And then hopefully Gaia and team will continue advocating, because as we understand, there's not much time, and it's a constant thing. It's not like one time we've done it. No. I think our colleagues from Finland and from Sweden, they would just confirm it. It's constant upgrading and updating, and you just, yeah. So thank you, and for those who need to leave, hopefully the contacts are there, so you'll take something, and for those who must not leave, so we do hope that after snacks, 3:15, we'll gather here together for the last round of discussions and exchange of ideas. So thank you very much.